Listen, when I got out of prison, that's not really how I wanted to start that. If you only watched one video on Power Apps, this is the only video that you need to build your first Power Apps. This is a full course. I'm going to go over everything, but I'm going to go over the important things. Now, in a live stream, I really can't talk about every single thing about a topic like Power Apps, but I'm going to give you all the essentials. In fact, I have the whole outline on the screen right here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time there because it doesn't take a lot of time to talk about what Power Apps is. In fact, if you're watching this video, you probably already know what Power Apps is. But if you feel like you're a beginner, listen, we're going to blow past these topics. You're going to have an understanding. And by the end of this, you should be able to get your first app done or have the knowledge required to get your app done. So here we are, Saturday morning. There's no reason why you can't finish your app by tomorrow, end of day tomorrow, before Monday morning hits, probably when your project is due. Now, are you guys ready for this? Let's jump in. Now, with Power Apps, there's three types. There's three flavors of Power Apps. I'm going to bring up Power Apps here. I'm going to make myself smaller because I'm not so important. I'm going to give you a little rundown of all these different screens. When you open up Power Apps, you're going to see a screen probably like the home screen. This is probably where you're going to start. And right here, front and center, you're going to have what we know as Copilot trying to help us create our first app. And I'm going to encourage you to resist the urge, resist the temptation to do something quickly. Because what that is a shortcut. Now you might think, well, my project's due Monday morning. I got to get going. Let's go. It's going to help me out. But it's going to give you an app. It's going to do stuff for you. And then when something breaks, and you know it will, you're not going to understand it because it did it for you. Think about all the things that you've learned in life. Have you ever learned anything by somebody doing it for you? Probably not. We learn by doing, not by somebody doing it for us and handing it to us. One of my first jobs, I worked for McDonald's. I was 15 or 16 years old, and there would be some training. There would be some videos, some training videos for me to watch. But they're like, okay, now come out here in the kitchen. Okay, now let's make your first burger. What are you gonna do? The training said I gotta pull out these hamburger patties and put them out here on the grill. We'll do that. So you put that. Nope, you didn't do that right. You need to put them in a grid of 9 or by 12. What temperature does this need to be set at? How long do you let this cook for? And being quizzed and drilled, knowing what steps you need to take while you're doing it. That's what's going to get you up and running, creating your first Power App. So this is going to be an all-inclusive video live stream. We're going to go through all of this, okay? But you're going to be tempted to, and this Copilot's getting good. If you use this new data experience, it can handle more than one database table, which was my biggest objection to this. Now, my second biggest objection is, hey, it's going to build stuff for you. Is that really what you want? Is that really what's best for your learning? No, it's not. It's not. It's probably not what you want to hear. And a lot of times truth isn't what you want to hear, but it is the truth. I'm just going to tell it to you straight, guys. This is not what you want to start with. This is a shortcut. This is easy, but you know, I'm still going to try to make it as easy as possible. Okay. Now, if you look over here on the left side, what do we have? We have home, we got create, we got learn, and we got apps. Okay. Now you're going to see a lot of the same things on home, create, and apps. So you've got Copilot here that's going to try to do stuff for you. We could start with data. That's not a bad idea, but still it's going to generate stuff for you. You can start with the page design. Now, if we click on that, look, we've got different designs. Well, which one do you go with? You know, oh, this dashboard looks cool. Well, did you know that's going to give you a model-driven application? Are you sure model-driven is the type of app that you want to create for your first app? There's no indication here. Listen, you guys need to understand things before you start using these tools that are going to. Now, if you're going to pick one of these, go with the blank canvas. Start from scratch. Start from ground zero. Learn it right. All right. So why should you listen to me? I'm sitting here acting like I know everything, don't I? Well, I do have 25 plus years experience as a software developer. I started off in the industry as a VB6 developer, and I learned .NET while it was in its beta. I started teaching at community college, started teaching Microsoft classes as a Microsoft certified trainer back near the beginning of the 2000s. Um, I've been a software developer, used SQL Server even before it was SQL Server 2000, back when it was called SQL Server 6.5 and 7. So I've got experience, and I'm here to teach you from that experience. And I'm gonna teach you some of the lessons that I learned, so your journey isn't so painful and slow and full of mistakes like I have made. Um, and something that a term that's popular here on the channel is you learn from the burn. Well, I'd like to minimize the burn as much as possible. I had somebody tell me, gee whiz, it was like 2001. It was at a place where I was working as a Microsoft certified trainer, and there's this other trainer who taught networking classes. And I was a young whippersnapper in my 20s. He looked at me and says, Darren, he saw that I was frustrated with a lot of things. He goes, Darren, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. And that's true. But if you can, learn as much from other people's mistakes as possible. Okay, so we could start from a page design. We could start with a template. This is very tempting. Okay, here again, it's trying to hey, show us your data and we'll build an app around it. Okay, scroll down. These are the templates that it's talking about. Okay, look at this. Model driven, model driven, model driven. Canvas app, canvas app, canvas app. Okay, are you seeing a theme here? Canvas app, model driven, canvas app. Do you see anything else besides those two? I don't. Okay, so going back to the outline that we have here, there are 3 types of Power Apps. Well, what's the third one? We got model driven, we got canvas. So we're going to get to that. But we've got these templates we can start from. These are apps that we could, okay, look at this. What we've got, one of these templates is called Leave Request. Almost every app, every organization needs a Leave Request app. If they don't have one, they need one. Because employees need to ask off for vacation or sick time, right? So we're going to be looking at this application specifically and see if we can build this all within this session, okay? But I'm going to teach you from a standpoint where this could apply to any type of app. So if you're not looking to build a Leave Request, no worries. I'm going to teach you in a way today that you can apply this to any app. Now I'm going to hit the back button. And right now we're just going over these basic new screens here. We can start with data. We can start with a page design. We can start with an app template. Do I recommend any of these? No. Here are your current apps. What else do we have? Well, I can click on create. What do we have here? The same stuff. The same stuff, guys. You want a blank app? Boom. And it's just different ways of creating apps. Okay. Now, I'm always going to recommend it, at least at the beginning, start with a blank slate. So this is the only option that I recommend on this screen, blank canvas app. Now, here are the 3 types of apps, the 3 types of Power Apps. Canvas apps, which I believe is the most exciting, the most fun to develop. Model driven, the whole app is driven from the model. What's a model? Your database design, your database model. You got a customer table, and you got a sales table, and you got an inventory table. Well, that's your model. That's your ERD diagram, your entity relationship diagram. And the whole app is based on the data. The screens are very boilerplate. Okay. This Canvas app is low code. Model driven is no code. So as you can imagine, this is easier to learn and to pick up. It's not as fun. I really don't have fun doing that. It's good to learn it, sure. Now, why would you do one or the other? Well, you know what? You're limited in this middle one to only use Dataverse. Same thing with the third one. Look at this. Power Page is what this used to be called Power Apps portals. But they've rebranded this third type to be Power Pages. Okay, if you go up to the waffle, what's the waffle? Okay, well, you're signed into Office. You can go, okay, there's Microsoft 365, M365. You got Outlook, you got OneDrive, you got Word, you got all these little apps, right? So you got Power Apps, you got Power Automate, you got Power BI. Well, now you got something else. It's called Power Pages. So if I click on more apps, it should bring up a new tab. What do we have here? All apps. What are all these apps? These are all the Microsoft products that are part of the Office 365 or M365. Microsoft changes stuff up on us all the time, especially the naming. Okay, look, Power Pages. Well, that used to be Power Apps portals. Okay, let's go back to our list here. Okay, so what are the three types? Canvas. I'm going to say most fun. Okay, probably what you're interested in learning. You can customize your screens to look exactly how you want them to look. That's why it's the most fun. You can use all your creativity to build an app. Model driven. Okay. I'm a little opinionated here, guys. I'm going to say not so fun. Okay. But model driven is based on the data, and it is, you can only use Dataverse. What's Dataverse? It's the database system that's been designed for the Power Platform. What is the Power Platform? The Power Platform, look through all these products and look for a word called Power. Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, Power Pages. Now, PowerPoint, not so much. And you also have PowerShell, okay? PowerShell, PowerPoint, not so much, okay? Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, Power Pages. These are the components of the Power Platform. Now, whenever you hear the word Dataverse, that is a database system that's been designed for the Power Platform. It's the best data source for the Power Platform because it's been designed for it. Why doesn't anybody use it? Or very few use it. There's a small percentage of people that use Dataverse. I would say maybe 20%. I think that's fairly accurate if you look at it. Maybe I'm off by a little bit of percentage there. I've done a poll, and most people use SharePoint as a data source because their employer won't spring or pay for the premium license, which is what's required for the Dataverse. Okay, so let's go back over here to Power Apps. If you're doing anything with Power Apps portals, which is now called Power Pages, you're restricted to only use Dataverse, Canvas, or I'm sorry, the model driven, this middle one here, that I would call no fun. You have to use Dataverse. Dataverse is great. It's actually based on SQL Server. It's actually a SQL Server database. You can connect to a Dataverse database with Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. That is a mouthful. That is a long name for a tool that allows you to connect to a SQL Server database. But you can use that to connect to a Dataverse because it's really a SQL Server database. Now, Dataverse has a bunch of features bolted on top of it to make it easier because the learning curve for SQL Server is a little steep. Okay. So Dataverse is a great database. I highly encourage it. It's much better than SharePoint. But if you don't have the licensing for it, you don't have the choice. That sort of takes that choice off the table for you. Now there is an exception. Okay, look into Dataverse for Teams, and you don't need a premium license, but it comes with other restrictions that you may not like. Okay. Canvas apps, in my opinion, is where it's at. That's where it's fun. Now, does it mean never learn this stuff? No, learn everything you can. But if you ever heard jack of all trades, master of none, almost jokingly, like, oh, you can learn everything, but you're never going to master anything. No, be a jack of all trades, master of one. Pick the one thing that you're really going to excel at. I've done model-driven applications. Really haven't done too much with Power Pages. I've done a little bit. I know enough about it to be able to talk about it and know if I want to use it or not. That's a public facing website, guys. Okay, that should tell you right there if you want to use it or not. And you're going to be paying a lot. You're going to be paying a premium for the licensing for that. So go to powerapps.com or powerpages.com. Look at the pricing. See how expensive that is. So you've got so many anonymous users using your public facing website. It's going to cost you. Okay. So I think that can be cost prohibitive. Canvas apps, I love Canvas apps. Okay. So these are the three flavors of Power Apps. Okay. I don't want to stay here too long, but I mean, you could start with your data. Look at this. Start with an image. I've got a video showing you that you could create a sketch. I created mine in Paint, uploaded the image, and it created an app. And it had some bugs and restrictions. You know, this is great for marketing. Okay. Start with an image. Start with your Figma. Now, Figma is sort of cool. Okay. But you got to start with a Power Apps template for Figma. So sometimes all these other options, they look nicer than what they really are. And if you're new, you're trying to learn, start from scratch. Okay. It's my best advice for you guys. All right. Here's more templates. Okay. Didn't we see all this stuff on the home screen? Yeah. Okay. Now, if I click on apps, what do I have? Oh, look, start with Copilot, start with data, start with the page design, start with it. So it's all the same stuff. They just have 3 different screens for the same type of stuff. Thankfully, on the app screen, we got our apps listed. So if we want to pick up where we left off on a previous app, we can do so. Okay. All right. I'm going to go back to my notes here. And I'm going to say portals now called Power Pages. So you could make the case, well, there's not really 3 anymore because Power Apps Portals is now Power Pages. That's something different. It's really the same thing. It's just not called Power Apps anymore. So really you only have 2. But I want to include this because I want to be comprehensive in how I cover this material today. Okay. What is Power Apps? A lot of times, people ask me what I do. I'm like, I teach software development using a tool called Power Apps. Power Apps? What's Power Apps? It's a tool that allows you to create apps. Do people not understand what an app is? Doesn't everybody carry one of these things around in their pocket all day long, every day of the year? Most people do. They've really changed their lives. What do you have there? Apps. You got tons of apps, probably dozens, if not hundreds of apps on your phone, whether you're an Apple phone person or an Android person or something else. There's apps on the phone. Well, you know what? Power Apps allows you to create apps. Now, I'd put a caveat in there and say, working with Power Apps, both the Canvas and the model driven, what you're doing is you're creating apps for people inside your organization. Okay. Some people think, oh, I want to create an app for my customers. Well, you may not want to use Power Apps for that. Now you could, but whenever you use these Microsoft products, think about this. Let's go over here to Office. Look at all these apps. Okay, I got Calendar, I've got my Outlook, I've got my email, I've got Forms. A lot of these tools, we've got SharePoint down here. A lot of these tools are meant to be used inside your organization. Okay, so if you can use Power Apps, you're going to be building apps for people inside your organization. That's probably the biggest limitation of Power Apps. That's the one. Somebody contacts me on Fiverr. Hey, I need an app written. I think you're the best person for the job. I'm like, well, thank you for that, but do you understand Power Apps? Do you understand the limitations? Now, I would say there's not a lot of limitations, but hey, let's talk about the reasons why you wouldn't want to use Power Apps. And I'm not saying that that's most of the time, but that's one of the big things that I cover my crash course. By the way, my crash course is free. I used to sell it. Now it's free. If you go down to the video description, you're going to see a link that will get you into my community where I myself and my staff, we answer people's questions, and also people in the community to help each other out. So it's a community where people can ask and answer questions. And I've got a lot of material out there that you can watch, like my free crash course. That's one of the things I tackle there is like, hey, let's talk about all the reasons why you wouldn't want to use Power Apps. Well, that's the biggest reason. You can add an external user. What's an external user? Somebody outside your organization. Okay. Can they use your app? Yeah, they can, but gee whiz. I mean, let's talk about that. They're an external user. They're not in your organization. Okay, well, what's their Gmail account or what's their email address? Okay, I'm going to go into Azure AD. Well, it's not called Azure AD anymore. It's called Intra. Okay. Microsoft changes names up all the time. Drives me nuts. Now, AD has been out there since what, year 2000 with Windows 2000 after it went from NT. Anyway, so we've had AD for so many years. Now it's called Intra. Okay, so you go into Azure AD or Intra, which is the cloud-based Active Directory, and you add them as an external user. I'm like, okay, you have access to come into my castle, come into my kingdom. Okay, but you're given a visitor tag. Okay, you're an outsider, but we're allowing you in. You're a guest user. Can you use my Power Apps app now that I made you a external guest user? Yes, you can. Will they need a license? Yeah. For Power Apps, yeah, especially if you're using Dataverse. Absolutely. Where's that license going to come from? Are you going to be paying for licensing for external users? Um, so think about that. Also, if you want potential new customers to come in and use your app and fill out their information, well, now we're talking about anonymous users. So that's what Power Pages is for, or Power Apps portals. Okay. So that's a big limitation. So I at least wanted to mention that. Okay, let's go back to our outline. Okay. So after we understand what Power Apps is, the Power Platform, the three types of Power Apps, why you'd want to use it, have we covered that? Well, I'm going to keep an eye on the comments here live. So I've got a hello guys, and great start, Darren. Thank you. I'm trying to make this as interesting and as fast paced, but not too fast. I don't want to be going too fast. Sometimes I'm told I talk a little too fast. But I want to talk at the best rate for you guys' learning. So if you guys need me to slow down, please feel free to tell me, hey, slow down. You're talking a little too fast there. But I mean, these type of things, these are the basics. I don't want to spend too much time here. So if you guys have any questions, let me know in the comments. Okay, the live chat or the comments. I may not respond to every single comment, but I'd like to say probably 99% of comment. If you comment on my videos, I'm going to be responding. Okay. So if there's anything else that you guys want to know about what Power Apps is, I like the context of which Power Apps is and why you'd want to use it. Let me know. I'd like to talk about that. But if I'm going to cover everything that you need to know about Power Apps, we need to move on here. Okay. So you got a Power Apps project that's due Monday, or you've got an idea for a project that you want to do, which is the best way to learn Power Apps, or really to learn anything, in my opinion. You know, you want to learn how to use Outlook. Okay, well, compose a new email in Outlook. You want to learn Power Automate or Power Apps. Well, think of a reason why to use it and actually use it and learn by doing. Okay, let's plan your project. Okay, let's start with the why. Now, when I ask somebody says, hey, I need an app, I ask them why. And it's sort of off-putting. So I almost have to tell them like, hey, I'm not suggesting, when I say why, I am not suggesting at all that we should not do the app or that you don't need the app. I'm just asking why. Because if the why is because you want to replace a paper process, a manual process, and I'm going to charge you $10, $20, $30,000 to do this project for you, and you tell me the why, and it's very simple, I'm like, hey, I'd love to take your money and do an app for you, but really what's best for you. I always look for win-win situations. If I'm the only person benefiting from it, that's wrong. Okay. If you could benefit better just by using a spreadsheet, I'm going to suggest, hey, have you thought about using a spreadsheet for that? Now, most spreadsheets are used too much for business data. That's a perfect candidate for a Power Apps application because spreadsheets start to break down over time. Okay. Very rarely do I say, hey, have you thought about a spreadsheet? It's usually the opposite. Hey, let's turn that spreadsheet into an app. Okay. But why? Okay. So let's talk about sometimes I'm told what, so I don't even have to ask what. What are we building? Okay. Well, I can tell you right now in my own organization, I've got staff and sometimes they need time off. I need a, you call it PTO, paid time off request, or sometimes just, we'll just call it time off request. And if we look over here at Power Apps, now I actually have the app brought up here. If we go over to, now there is one reason why I do recommend taking a look at these templates. I'm going to scroll down here. Look at this. All these are great app ideas. Great. Here's, okay, it's called leave request. Let's call it that. Leave request. Okay. Somebody's sick, somebody needs to take a vacation, somebody needs a personal day. They need some way of requesting that. And if you click on it, you're going to get something that looks like this. And if you ever see this thing at the top, make it my own app, I'd recommend clicking on it, okay? And I'm going to say OneDrive for Business, absolutely. If you have the choice between OneDrive and OneDrive for Business, well, if it doesn't say for business, it means it's personal. And if you're an M365, you know, this is like a business account. So you want to be using the business. If you got those two choices, go with the one that says business. Okay, so it's going to create this. Really what it's creating is this spreadsheet. All of these templates use Excel spreadsheets as a data source. So we could use Excel spreadsheets as a data source. It's not recommended, but it's what's most used in examples while learning. Okay, so we have like 3 database tables. We have, if you want to call an Excel worksheet a table, we got leave, we have request, and we have a balance. Okay, so this is going to give us some good ideas of how we might want to build this app. Okay, what do we have here? I finally said that. Now, number one, what's wrong with these templates? Whoever created these for Microsoft, maybe they're a Microsoft employee. I really don't have anything bad to say about them because I didn't have to create this. So thank you. I'm grateful for what you did here. But listen, guys, these templates were written in another era. They were written when Power Apps came out, which was years ago. And Power Apps does change. And you're going to find errors. You're going to find a lot of errors. Now, if you're a beginner and you want to use a template, are you equipped to be fixing some other Power Apps expert that worked at Microsoft, all their errors? I would say no. Now, one of my most popular live streams, if you go to my live streams and scroll down to the oldest one, it's me fixing the ticketing system, the service desk template. Okay, so people really like these templates, but don't use them. Use them to get ideas from. Now, what I did is I went out here and found this video that sort of goes through this. Okay, so here's a screen. Let me go full screen here. Okay, so you can get a good look at this. This is how the app is supposed to work. This is the app that I want to build. Now, I'm not going to make it look exactly like this, but I'm going to get ideas. That's what these templates are great for. Look at this. Vacation, sick leave, floating holiday. I love these icons. The menu's nice and clean and minimalistic. This just looks great. You know, it's not flashy. I mean, it's minimalistic. It doesn't use a lot of colors. And sometimes you use too many colors, it just gets to be too bright and too loud and too busy, and people really don't like it very much, even though they may not say it. Some places you work, you know, places are different. Sometimes people are very vocal and complain about stuff they don't like, and some people just like, they'll go ahead and work with it even though they don't like it. But we can see the different screens here. Okay, this is a nice looking app. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. So here somebody comes in, request a leave, create a new request, and they pick which one of these. It's almost like a drop down, a list. What's the type of leave you want to request? From this date to that date. Well, I'm going on vacation for 1 day. 528 to 5. Well, it says, okay, our balance is 10 days. Well, that sounds like a really sad vacation to me, 1 day. At least make it 7 or 12 days, right? Um, I went on a cruise once, and it was a 7-day cruise for uh, my wife and I's honeymoon. And the sad thing was it was only 7 days. So if you're gonna go on a cruise, as long as you know you're not gonna be seasick, do a 12-day. 12-day vacations are great. Okay, so I'm gonna like fast forward here. Let's see what else we got. Um, Monday vacation day. Okay, so they request it and it's pending. Now what else are we gonna do? Okay, an email sent. Okay, maybe your boss gets it and has the opportunity to approve, deny, and before they approve or deny, it's in a pending state. That sounds great. Okay. Oh, they can be declined. Okay. No dice. Take more time off. Okay. Well, that's a good denial. Can log on as an employee or a manager. Now, if I was building an app, I'd almost want to know just based on their, I would say AD, Active Directory information, but I should say intra. Their intra information, if they're a manager or not, if they have anybody reporting to them. And I would just know. So they wouldn't have to say, oh, I'm an employee, or hey, I'm a manager. What if they're an employee, they're not a manager, but they click on the manager? Aren't you going to have to verify that they are a manager? So I might make changes to the design here, but I want to create an app that we can complete relatively quickly and that it does something. So you guys probably have a good feel for what we want to do here, right? So I'm going to go back over to our outline. Okay, we're going to do a leave request. Remember high school journalism class? Where they tell you to put in an article if you're a journalist, the who, what, when, where, why. So we got the what and the why. Okay. Who? Okay, we already have what, when, why. Who, what, when, where. We had the when. So it's 5, and I got 5. Okay. Why do we need it? Because we're currently using manual emails. Let's say somebody asks off, for next week, and the next week somebody needs something like, oh yeah, Elvis takes care of that. Here's Elvis's email, and then they're like, 2 days later, Elvis never got back to me, so now I'm asking you again. It's like, oh yeah, Elvis is actually off. So with emails, I'm going to forget, but perhaps somebody wants to book some time. So maybe we've got a system that says, okay, these are the people to choose from because these are the people in the office. Okay. If you have any type of a manual process, that's a great why to create an app. For who? Okay. You might be asking yourself, okay, what's the technical skill of the users? Okay. What app roles do we need? Okay. Well, we need, we have a typical staff user. They could be staff. They could be a regular employee. They could be a manager. They could be the CEO. They could be whatever. They're all staff. Employee, contractor, they're all staff. But we have managers who can approve and deny, and managers can ask off time as well. Anything else? We might have application admins that might add or remove users for the app. Okay, these are the questions. Anything having to do with the who. Well, who are the stakeholders? What's a stakeholder? This is something you learn if you ever learn any type of project management. Okay, who has a stake? Who has an interest in this project? Okay, maybe somebody isn't a staff member, but maybe they're an investor, somebody who's invested into the business. They might want to know about this. Hey, this is going to save the business money. Guess what? They're a stakeholder, even though they're not a staff member. When? When is it due? So, somebody says, hey, I'd like for you to create an app for me. Okay, great. When is it? They want to know an estimate. Like, okay, well, when would you like this done? That's one of the first things I ask. I need it tomorrow. Okay, well, I'm going to charge you triple for that. I need it due next Monday. Okay, well, I'm going to charge you double for that. Why are you charging me more? Because I'm already busy. I already got projects going on. Now I got to push these other projects back and give your project individualized attention. So I might, I might have to tell other people like, hey, um, hopefully over the long term, whatever I was working on, I'm still able to meet my deadlines, but maybe I can't spend as much quality time with my family, my wife and my kids. Well, I'm going to charge you triple because I need to make extra money so I can have some extra vacation time with them, you know, whenever I can take some vacation time. And when I do, I'll have to use this app that I built to request the time off. Where? Okay. Somebody wants me to do an app. Well, can I do it in your tenant? That's going to be the easiest. No, my IT department won't allow some outside person to have a user account in our tenant unless you're an employee. Well, okay, well, I can do it in my tenant. And anytime you ask for a revision or there's a bug spotted, what? You're going to write some bugs? Listen, there's no software company in the world that can write bug-free code. Do you guys use Windows? Do you notice that Windows needs to do updates all the time? Right? There's always going to be revisions. There's always going to be some bug fixes. There's always going to be something that needs to be updated. And guess what? If you're not going to allow me to do it, to develop the app in your tenant and some environment over there, in order for me to get that to you, I'm going to have to send you, okay, now redeploy this. All right, now install this, now install this, create this SharePoint list. So that's going to add additional time. If I can't work in a client's tenant, then that's going to add more time, and time is money, time is cost. Okay. So I'm going to say which tenant. Okay. So these are the things that you need to identify. This is what I call defining the project. Okay. Here, I'm going to say define the project, and I'm going to give this a heading. Let me give this 2 more pound signs to make it a little smaller. There we go. And maybe I can collapse it. That's nice. Okay. What about gathering requirements? This sort of sounds like gathering requirements, doesn't it? It's not. This is like stuff you probably be able to nail down. And somebody says, "Hey, I need an app." Okay. Who, what, when, or why? You know, Hopefully within 5 minutes, you get a good feel for the who, what, when, where, why, what they need. And then guess what they want? Hey, what's the estimate? How much is that going to cost? How long is it going to take you to do that? It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. We need to gather the requirements. Based on all this information, what's all the nouns that we identified? Okay, in a leave request? Okay, let's just say staff member. Okay, let's call this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll say requirements. Okay, there we go. What are all the things that the app needs to manage? So while we're talking about all this stuff, you're going to come up with all kinds of, this sounds very elementary. Okay. One time I told somebody, listen, you need to plan your app. As you gather all the information, you identify the nouns, like we're back in 4th grade English class. But it's true. I was talking to an engineer, and I'm like, listen, I identify the nouns. Oh, okay, yeah, whatever. No, I'm serious. Identify the nouns. Staff. They need to request. Well, request is a verb, right? What are they requesting? Time off. Okay, well, time off. Okay. The staff requests time off. What type of time off? Okay, well, we got vacation. We got sick time. We have personal days. We have holidays. Now, these could be considered nouns, but they're all types of time off. And they need to request time off, and then that needs to be approved, denied, Okay. Okay. So we have a workflow. Okay. So identify the nouns. So look for the nouns. You're going to look for workflows, business processes. Okay. People think, oh, workflows. Oh, yeah, we need Power Automate for that. No, 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 no. No, we're talking about it in a general sense. So instead of using workflows, let's say business process. Look for the processes. What else? Reports. Remember when you took Computer 101 in sixth grade, or maybe your freshman year of college or high school? Computing is all about input, process, and output. What's the output? Reports. Inputs. Well, when they're using the app, they're inputting stuff. What's the processing? Well, you probably have a button down here. Look, it says submit request. You got a button at the bottom? Yeah, yeah. I love note-taking apps. So yeah, I use Obsidian. See this little purple thing? It's a free tool. It's great. I like Obsidian, Notion. There's a few others out there. I can't make up my mind which one I like the most. Another one I use is Heptabase. Heptabase is not free, but it's more visual, like mind maps and stuff. But yeah, this is a great tool. Love it. Okay, report the processing. A lot of times is done in the buttons, or if there's something like a process that needs to be kicked off in the middle of the night, well, you create a Power Automate flow for that. Why not? But if you need an interface for it, that business logic will probably reside within your Power Apps app as imperative code. You got two different types of code within Power. So you have declarative and you have imperative. What's the difference? Declarative is like, okay, here's the color value. Okay, you might have a color function like color fade. Hey, take this color and fade it by 25%. That's still declarative. Okay, almost Excel-like. You've got this number in this cell and this number in this cell, and you need to sum them together. It's declarative. The third cell is a sum of this cell and this cell. It's declarative. Imperative is like, hey, go off and do something. Like, hey, take all this data and go update the database, like using a patch function. Okay, so your processes, things that need to happen inside your app, that's going to be your imperative code. These nouns end up being screens or more importantly, database tables or SharePoint list or Excel uh, sheets down here, worksheets. That's what they're called, worksheets. But in the software development world, we call those database tables. Okay. So nouns, processes. So you look for that whenever you're gathering requirements. Time off. Let's identify any more nouns. Let's go to our database that they've started here for that template. Yeah. Leave, holidays, balance. Well, let's go back here. We do need to keep track. Okay, well, okay, somebody says, hey, I want July 4th off. Hey, I want December 25th off. Well, is that a holiday? Well, guess what? Holiday is a noun, isn't it? What about balance? Everybody has 2, maybe 3 weeks time off in a year. Hopefully more. But you got to balance. And after you use up your balance, guess what? You can't take any more time off. So anything like that, you need to identify. Now, for each of these, for the staff, what are all the data points that your application should manage? Well, every individual has, you don't want to ask somebody this, but everybody weighs a certain amount. If you're an American, use freedom units. Those are in pounds. If you're in anywhere else in the world, you use the metric system, right? Kilograms, grams, something like that, right? But your app doesn't need to manage how much people weigh. Now, if this is a medical, if this is an app that keeps track of patients, yeah, you go to the doctor, they're going to weigh you. The doctor's going to tell you, hey, you're you're overweight, you're obese, you got high blood pressure because you need to eat better and you need to move around more, whatever. But in this type of app, you don't need to know that. So we don't need to know everything about staff, but what it is that the app needs to know. Okay, maybe their hire date. Okay, if they've been around for 5 years, or more, we want to give them 4 weeks of time off. What other type of information do we need? Okay, are they, I'm going to say is manager. I don't recommend putting spaces in your column names, especially SharePoint or SQL Server. Now, Dataverse is a little different. For model-driven applications, you almost need spaces. That's called a display name, but we're not really focusing on Dataverse too much here. Okay, but you need to think about this. So for time off, well, this what we've identified: vacation, sick, well, type. Okay, all these things are types. So I'm gonna hit tab there, boom. Now I'm gonna go to the next one down, hit shift tab. What about the start date? Okay, no spaces. End date. So if I want to take my 12-day cruise, it's going to start on this date and the end date's going to be different. Maybe I need an extra day to fly back from wherever, right? So think about all this stuff. Okay, we got a listing of holidays that they can claim, hey, I'm taking Christmas off. Okay, well, what's the holiday name? What is the really should be a date range? Well, the holiday name, I mean, we could have like Christmas Eve is one day, Christmas Day is the other day, and a lot of times you might want New Year's Eve or New Year's Day off. Okay, so we'll have the holiday name, we'll have the date, we'll have what else should we have for holidays? What if you work a holiday? How much how much should you make? Well, let's say I make $10 an hour. Well, that's not a lot of money. Let's say I make $50 an hour. And if I work Christmas Day, how much do I get to work Christmas Day? Now, if I have to work New Year's Day, maybe that's not that big of a deal. But if it's Christmas, everybody wants Christmas Day off. But if I have to work, am I going to get paid more? So it might be like extra pay, and that could be a decimal. Guess what? For each one, it sort of goes without saying, but really I should say it. I all these different data points, we should be identifying the data type. Higher date. Well, obviously it's a date, right? A lot of times it's date and time. Those things are lumped in together a lot of times with data types in information technology. Okay, is a manager. Well, guess what? That's a Boolean. Have you ever heard of Boolean? Well, that's the last name of the smart guy that came up with this concept of yes, no, true, false. Okay, start date. Obviously, that's a date and time. Holiday name. That's going to be single line of text, or it could be string, or we could say text. And these things are called differently based on what data source you're working with. SharePoint, SQL Server, Dataverse, Excel. Excel is not a good data source, guys. I just know that. Okay, Excel is not a good data source. Now it's good that you're writing an app around it, but at least get it into SharePoint. You can store your SharePoint data either in OneDrive or SharePoint. And SharePoint's a better place to store it than OneDrive. Well, OneDrive belongs to a person. Okay, well, is it any one person's information? No, you want the app data to be centrally located. You don't want it to belong to just one person, right? Put it on a SharePoint list so you can collaborate and think. And what's the big problem with an Excel spreadsheet, especially if you're using OneDrive? Somebody opens it, like I have it open right here. I try to base a Power Apps application around it. Guess what? It's locked. I can't look at it. It's been locked. Well, don't use Excel. One person opens it up, it deals with it, it gets locked. Okay, so the balance. So I might because I'm a new hire, I only get 1.5 weeks, or 8 days. And as I use it, that balance will come down. So the balance, okay, I go to the balance. You'd think the balance would just be one piece of information, like a number, a decimal. How many hours or days do I have? But look at this. We got employee email, employee name. Guys, when you design a database, ask yourself, go back to the nouns. The database table should relate to a noun. So we got employee email, employee. Well, guess what? You need an employee table. If everybody that works there isn't really an employee, maybe they're a contractor, maybe they're a this or a that, we'll call them staff. That's what I like to use. So I don't believe that this thing has been set up right. You need an employee table. Okay, so here's this is a template from Microsoft, and it's really not the best way to go about it. When you're designing an application, the database, the data is the lifeblood of your business. It's essential, it's vital, it's key. Design your data well. Design it with good relational database concepts like normalization. Normalization means that you're not repeating data and it doesn't become a big monstrosity of a mess, a Frankenstein of the biggest mess. Look, guys, we're finally going to get into Power Apps. Sometimes I get complaints on my videos. It's like, oh my goodness, 2 hours in to a live stream and we haven't done anything in Power Apps. That's because if we got into Power Apps right away, you'd be doing it wrong. People think, okay, well, it's like painting. Okay, I got a blank canvas. All right, well, I got all my colors. I'm gonna just start splattering paint on. If that's how you do art, that's great. And developing an app is a little bit of art, but it's also a little bit of science too. Okay, and you're gonna get people in the room that are gonna question how you built it. Why'd you do it that way? Well, I just opened up Power Apps and started doing it that way. No, that's not gonna go over well. It's gonna go over like a fart in church. It's people aren't gonna smile. They're gonna frown at you. Okay, so you need to define all these things. Okay, and what I would say is start with the data. Well, guess what? All this stuff allowed you to be able to start with the data. Okay, now out of all the data sources, Dataverse is going to be your best data source for the Power Platform, but because most people don't have the licensing, people aren't going to use it. What's the next best thing? SharePoint. Okay, let's go over here to SharePoint and let's create a SharePoint site for our app. And I'm always going to pick a team site. A communication site is more for like the root of your intranet. It's for communicating. Team site's more for collaboration. The purpose of SharePoint isn't supposed to be just to be used as a Power Apps data source. That's what we're using it for. Okay, so for here, I'm going to say, what did they call the app? It's called Leave Request. I like that. It's nice and short and to the point. Okay. Yeah, Leave Request, Power Apps Demo. Yeah, Leave Request. That's a great name. And I'll put a space in the name. Now, what I do like to do for a site name is say SharePoint. Why would I do that? That sounds really redundant, doesn't it? Because Microsoft, they create like little security groups. And look at this, a group email address. So if I didn't put SharePoint there, it's going to say Leave Request. And there's an email address for it. So if I invite people to the site and now there's an email address to email everybody in there, it's less confusing, I have found. And I'm going to pass on that lesson learned, that little bit of wisdom to you guys, okay? All right, I'm going to hit next. And private or public doesn't mean it's open to the world, okay? Anyone in the organization. So I always make it public. I want everybody in the organization to be able to request time off. Okay, add members. At the beginning, just add yourself. My name is Darren. And as you can see, my title is boss. And I want to have full control over this. I'm going to make myself an owner. If you're going to work on this project with somebody else, you can make them an owner. Everybody else, I probably want to make a member, maybe everybody in the organization, so that they can read and write to the SharePoint list that we create. They're going to need to, because when somebody uses Power Apps, it does this like pass-through authentication. So somebody uses my app to request leave, and the app uses a SharePoint list, and they create a record, guess whose name is going to be beside the record of who created it? It's going to be their name. So they're going to need access to it. So let's try this out. Everyone. Can I do that? Not yet. Okay, so let's not worry about that right now. I'm going to hit finish. We got a fresh new site, and I don't want help. I don't want any tutorials. All I want to do is go to site contents, and you're going to see all the list. So these things come with any type of SharePoint site. Okay, let's start with the data. Okay, so hopefully you've got an idea of all the database tables that you want to create. Starting with the data is the easiest way. Now, how else could we start? Okay, really what we need to do here when we're planning our project, I want to take out that extra space there. What else do we need to do while planning our project besides gathering the requirements? Create your ERD. Entity relationship diagram. What's in the ERD diagram? Well, let me show you the tool that I like to use for ERD diagrams, and that is Draw SQL. So we'll create a new diagram for a new project, and we'll say leave request. Okay, I'm going to make it public so you guys can see it. It doesn't have SharePoint or Dataverse as a data source. Out of these three, SQL Server is the most Microsoft out of these three. In fact, it's the only one. All right. I'm a Microsoft guy. Big surprise there, right? SQL Server, that's the closest that I'm going to get to SharePoint. So that's the one I'm going to go with. Okay, so the types aren't going to match up completely, but this is a great tool. Okay, it's free to use. And I'm going to hit save here. And I'm going to share this link with you guys. How about that? So I hit copy. I'm going to paste that over here so you guys can see that as I'm going along. Also, if you guys want to get at these notes here, I've got a tiny URL, as you can see here, /Power Apps Superhero, from 0 to a Power Apps Superhero. And I'm going to type in here, add another link, and I'm going to say link to ERD. There we go. There's the Draw SQL. So now you guys can get to that. And I'm going to go down here. So we need to start with the data. Let's get a good idea. Well, leave. Let's talk about leave. So really, this isn't leave. Let's get down to it. What is this? It's not leave. It's a request. Okay, so let's call this request. Best place to start, even before you open up Power Apps. Okay, all these things you should be doing before you open up Power Apps. This is a request. Now, I thought I clicked on that edit. Request. Now, if I were to go in here and create a request database table, snicker, laugh, sometimes people will laugh at that. It's not a database. It's a SharePoint list. Okay, but we're using it as a database table. So I'm going to say that, hey, this is a request, a leave request, but it's still a request. I want to click create. Now, what happens when we create a new database table? I still feel so weird calling a SharePoint list a database table. But look, here's a field called title. Okay, is that it? No, it's not it. We'll try to add a column, but we're not going to add a column. This is so weird. I click on add column to show or hide columns. Look at all these fields. These are a bunch of other fields that SharePoint creates for us. How nice of it to help us out like that. There's an ID. I'm going to drag up that ID. What is that ID? It's an auto number. It's an identity field. These things are called different things in different database systems. Okay. And it hides it because it generates it for you. Apply. What can you do with a SharePoint list? You can add a new item like, hey, I need it tomorrow off. That's the most basic request that you can have, right? Save. Oh, look, it gave me an ID of 1. Guess what? If I were to say, hey, I need another weekend off, with Bernie. Okay, look at this, ID of 2. Now what happens if I delete this number 2? Does that mean the next one I create will have 2 or 3? Question. Let's find that out. Oh, it's 3. Well, that's how it should be, guys. If it created a 2, well, that ID of 2 belonged to something that was deleted. Well, we don't want to get our new record confused with the old record that used to have that ID. So let's say you had a bunch of test data and you added a bunch of data and you deleted a bunch of data. And then your new ID is 99 or 102. Don't let that bother you, guys. Though it's meant to be unique. It's fulfilling its job. Okay, there we go. So we got a request table. Now, how do I get back to all those other columns? Well, this is one way you could see it. And it's going to keep track of when the record was created, who created it, when it was modified, or who modified it, all this type of stuff. Some of the stuff, I don't even know what it is. I don't use it. It's a SharePoint thing. I'm going to click cancel. I'm going to show you perhaps a better way of looking at all these fields. Let's go up to the sprocket in the upper right corner and let's go to list settings. This is the spot to see all of our, now it didn't show us all of them, right? But we got the title, we got the at least it's showing us the modified, created by, modified by, okay? And what you're going to find if you're here on this screen and you create a bunch of columns, sometimes it just gets really long and it starts to get inefficient. If I created a new field called blah, blah, hit save, it used to have this big thing that would cover up this add column. It would be very annoying. And can I delete this thing that I called blah, blah? Let's see here, edit. Yeah, what you do is you edit it and now you've got a delete button. So I'm going to delete that. Okay, just showing you the different ways where you can work with this list. Okay, but even while we're in here, I'm waiting SharePoint. Come on. Well, while it's doing that, okay, I said all that to say this. We got an ID. Okay, request. Let's add in. SharePoint always adds a column called title. Okay, now if I were to type in here single line of text, it wouldn't give me what I want. This is based on SQL Server. So varchar is the way that you would say text, string, single line of text. So I'll say varchar, that's fine. ID is an integer, okay, big int or a numeric value. So for every table we create, it's going to have an ID. Now, a lot of times I like to go in here and say, it's not lowercase ID, it's capital ID. And for some reason, I always like the D capitalized as well. I thought to myself, yeah, it's an acronym, right? ID is an acronym? No, not really. It's identifier, right? That's the one word. But I'm always used to seeing ID capitalized. I don't understand people that always have to have everything lowercase. But and if it's not something like 2 letters, I like it to have proper casing. That's what I see a lot of times in a database dictionary or a ERD diagram. A data dictionary, if you've ever heard that term, that's typically your ERD diagram, but it's in like Word format or a word processing format. It's got a big list, maybe bullet items or a table. So those are things are pretty much the same thing. Okay. All right. Very good. Now I'm going to go back to our notes here and let's look at this. So planning the project, you define the project, getting some preliminary information, gather requirements. You get all of the data points for all the nouns, the processes, the reports. You gather all that information. Then see, the thing is, you can't gather requirements until you get the preliminary information. We can't build an ERD diagram until we gather the requirements, get all the data points for all the nouns that we've identified. Okay. And after you define the ERD diagram, you really should 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a heading. It's an H6, guys. with markdown format. And what we're going to do here after ERD diagram, what else should we do? At this point, I like to do screen designs. And a lot of times these are called wireframes. They should probably look like like a sketch on the back of a napkin. Okay. Now you could do the wireframes inside of Power Apps, like, okay, I need a screen here, and this is for listing employees or listing the staff. And then you click on one, and it goes off to another screen. And this screen will have all the details for the staff that we can edit. Okay. And then the staff member comes in and looks at the home screen like, hey, I need to request some time off. Then they click on a button, then it goes off to another screen. And that screen looks like that. Well, these are the screen wireframes. Okay. Well, we're going to have a listing of screens, and then we're going to know what all the screens look like. Let's say screen visuals. Okay. So you need to draw little buttons and do all that type of stuff. Now, there is a tool out here called, now, really the ultimate tool to use is Figma. Okay, so let's go there. Let's see what Figma is all about. Everybody likes Figma, especially designers, which are typically the people that we turn to design, because Power Apps developers or just developers in general, they're not really all that great of creating screens. Okay, but here it's going to help you create a design. It's a great tool for doing that. But what if we just sketch up something? It's really easy. It's not very intimidating. Maybe if you've never used this before, like, oh, this is really intimidating. There's a lot. Well, we don't want to go off and have to spend another afternoon or a weekend or a full week trying to learn some new tool like Figma. If you don't already know it, a tool that I've always liked is Balsamic. Oh, there it is. The smiley face. Okay. Love this tool. Now they've got different versions. They got the version where you pay every month for it. I don't do that. I paid like a one-time fee, and I can download it and work with it. Okay. Yeah. Look how cool that is. What's great about a wireframe, a sketch that you would do with Balsamic, is you want to go back to the users, go back to the people that are asking for the app and say, hey, this is what I'm about to build. Does this look right to you? Guys, when people see visuals, that's when you're going to get the real requirements. They're not going to tell you everything. And it's not that they're withholding information. It's because you got to make them think. What you don't want to do is jump to this step right away, start building the app. How long is it going to take? About 3 weeks. Okay. See you in 3 weeks. Okay. It's been 3 weeks. Here's your app. Why'd you do it like that? Now that I see that screen, oh, remember I told you this is for Canadians. Yes. So what? Canadians, great people. They say sorry a lot, right? Did you know that Canadians speak French and English? No, I didn't know that. Yeah, your app needs to be able to switch between French and English. It's like built into their laws. Like if a company makes their employees, their staff members use an app, you can't force them to use English if they want to use French or vice versa. I told you it was for Canadians. Well, I didn't know that. Well, now you're looking like you don't know what you're doing, right? But if you give them a sketch of the screen and they don't see a French and English little icon or something there, like, hey, how are they going to switch between French and English? Excuse me? you know, you're going to get those requirements. If you give them sketches like this, okay, this is how the app is going to work. Do you like this? Well, what is that button? Okay, I see it. You got a button right there. What does that button do? Well, that saves the data. Okay, well, how are they going to switch between English and French? See how you're gonna get the real requirements if you start showing them visuals? I don't know what it is. Every project, there is no. Normally, I would have said, listen, guys, most of the time, you're not going to get all the requirements. No, all the time. They're not going to give you all the information until they start getting visuals. Yeah. So thanks for the comment. I'm super excited for today's class. Well, me too. I'm trying to keep it high energy, and I'm going to try to give you guys everything that you need to know for Power Apps as a one-stop shop. If this is the one video that you're going to watch, this is going to be it. I'm trying to give you all my wisdom, all my knowledge in a one big brain dump. Remember Neo in the Matrix? Like, I know Kung Fu. Show me. Build this app this weekend, okay? Do not jump into Power Apps. I see it all the time. Just yesterday, somebody commented on my video where I was building a ticketing system. I've got over 40 hours. I think there's like 35 different live streams where I showed how to build a really nice, robust ticketing service desk application. The first live stream was 3 hours. And they're like, 3 hours in, and we haven't built anything. That's because you're not supposed to start there. That's where you think you should start. Listen, I watched a video when I was a teenager, or maybe my early 20s. It was called The Perfect Weapon. It had an actor, his name was Jeff Speaksman. Go do a search for it on YouTube. Jeff Speakman, Perfect Weapon. And there's this beginning 30, 60 seconds where he's got his shirt off and he's like really muscular and he's like doing all these karate movements. And I'm like, that looks cool. And they play this really cool song, I've Got the Power. One of my favorite songs, by the way. You guys might hear about that in a few weeks. I've got the power. And so it's just a fun song, and it's a really cool opening sequence. Boom. I have to learn Kempo karate now. I show up to a Kempo school. Guess what I found out? That's a black belt move. That's a black belt kata. That is about like 2 or 3 minutes worth of black belt movements. That's what made me want to learn Kempo karate. You don't start there. You know, you guys ever heard Beethoven's Für Elise? Love that song. I told my mom I was in fifth grade. Mom, I want to learn piano because I want to know how to play that song. And I show up to piano, and my piano teacher says, okay, this is where we're going to start. Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Okay. Well, I did the Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star for a few weeks. And then I finally told him, listen, no, I want to do nino, 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 nino. And she goes, oh, you want to play some Beethoven stuff. She goes, stand up. And I stood up, and the bench opened up, and she had a bunch of books she pulled out for Elise, and she put it up there. And they're like all these dots all over the place. I'm like, ugh, what's all that? I just want to play this. I'm like, okay, we'll play it. I'm like, she goes, move over. And then she played it. I was like, wow, that's what I want to do. She goes, look, I froze up here on the screen. Let me go back to video. Let me turn off my video. Sometimes it sticks like this. I just ruined my story, guys. My video camera ruined it. I'll turn it back on. Hopefully it comes back. Ugh. So I'm going to continue my story while I'm messing around with this camera. Which I think I'm unable to do. Let's see here. Video. There we go. Turn it back on. There I am. Okay. And then she goes, okay, back to Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, because obviously you're not ready for that. But we're going to get there today, guys. You're on the fast track. We're going to get there. Okay. We know what Power Apps is. We know how to plan our project. We define the project. We gather the requirements. We do our ERD diagram. We do our wireframes. Guess what the wireframes, what that does? There's an iterative process. You ever hear the word iteration? That means looping. That means going back, going through. You ever hear someone say, oh, well, do this. Wash, rinse, and repeat. That's iteration. You're iterating through. So after you do the after you do the wireframes, guess what else you have to do? User stories. Yet another thing that's going to get even more information of what you need to do. What is a user story? Let me give you an example. As a manager, I need to log in to the system and see a list of requests to approve, or deny. There's three parts to a user story. As a blank, as a role, as a manager, as a user. First part, as a blank. I need to do something. Why? So that requests don't remain as pending their whole life. Requests aren't meant to just be submitted. They have to be approved or denied. And until they are, they're just sitting out there as pending. People request their vacation. They don't know if they're allowed to go or not until a manager does this. So as a blank, so let me give you the format. As a role, I'll say format here. As a blank. Now, Markdown, which is what Obsidian uses here, if you do underscores, I think it's meant to be for italicized. Let me say role. There we go. Yeah, you see how it's italicized? How am I going to do this? As a, let's say, I'm going to make the blank all uppercase. Okay, as a role, I need to do something so that, and then here we'll say the why, not the way, the why. As a role, I need to do blah so that something can happen. Okay, that is the formula. Now, if you meet with a client or you have a meeting with let's say you're an employee, hey, Jack, you are the Power Apps developer. Do Power Apping for us. And you're like, that's fine. What project would you like me to work? Oh, we've got tons of projects. We really need a request system. And you show up to the meeting, it's like, okay, great. Well, let's define the, oh, that sounds great. Let's define it. Let's meet. Let's meet and collaborate and listen. Let's gather the information. Okay, now that I've got a good sense for what the application that I need to build is about and why we're building it, who it's for, what it needs to do. You've answered the who, what, when, where, why. And you say, tell me about the data points that we really, so they need to enter a description. So that is a single line of text, or is that more like a paragraph? And you're asking very intelligent questions like, wow, you're really smart. This guy I'm glad we hired this guy. This guy knows what he's doing. And you haven't opened up Power Apps yet. Do you know Power Apps? They don't care at this point. Do you seem like you know what you're talking about? Oh, by the way, based on our conversations, I've created an ERD diagram. Okay, guess what? What else we need here? We need staff. You show up with the visual. So we've got an ID. It's the SharePoint list, so we're going to have a title, which is a single line of text. Maybe that's a short description. You know how you send off an email, you got a subject and then you got a body? Well, we have a request. The request title might be that short. Hey, I'm sick today. The description is like, I got pink eye, my right femur's broken, and I got diverticulitis. Maybe that's the long description. Maybe they don't need to know that. Okay. So that title is like really short general information about the record. Okay, staff, that could be their full name. Okay. And these things have relationships between them. So whenever a request comes in, who put in the request? Who is the request? Somebody put in a request for vacation. Who's going on vacation? Well, in the request, are we going to have the employee's first and last name? And I mean, let's go over to the spreadsheet they created for us. When we go over to balance, look, for the balance, they have an employee email, employee. Why do we have that all in the balance? That shouldn't be there. That should be in the employee table. Okay, but there's a relationship. Here's a request. Are we going to put all the employee information in the request? A lot of people do because they don't understand databases. No. There's just going to be a cross-reference. We're going to keep all the staff data in the staff table. Okay, We're just going to cross-reference. Well, how are we going to cross-reference this? We need to put the staff name and staff email and their address and their city, state, zip and their social. No, all that stuff goes in here. We only put in the request table what has to do with, but a request, it has to deal with somebody. Well, guess what? We have an ID. What's an ID? It's an identifier. Should be unique. So you could put, well, we put their first and last name. Well, you know, you got, his name is John Smith. Guess what? You're a big organization. You got a lot of John Smiths. So what do? Staff ID. Now, does the staff create their own ID? No, remember, we're over here in SharePoint. We got a 1 and a 3. It's created for us. Okay? This is how you do this in the ERD diagram. You drag this over. What's all this? 1, 1, 1 in to 1. N is sort of like think of an N short for number, okay? Or many things. One staff member, or John Smith, he might be sick today. He might be asking off for next week for vacation. Those are two different requests. Typically, people don't request if they've got a medical problem and they're out. Sorry, got COVID, not showing up. It's not a request. But maybe you use the app to say, hey, I'm sick. Just let everybody know that you're not going to be in. But the next week you're taking off vacation. Well, those are two requests. So that is reflected in this relationship. One staff member can make multiple requests, and that is a true statement. That is why we got 3 little lines there. Do you see that, guys? 3 little lines. So in relational database theory, in the software development world, we call this a one-to-many relationship. Or if you're over here, you're talking about requests. Oh, this is a many-to-one. Okay. Some cases it might be a one-to-one relationship. Think if we're writing an app for a hospital and we got a bunch of staff. Maybe we got 10,000 staff members in a huge hospital that spans the whole state of Florida. Okay. Okay. Some of those staff members are physicians. They're doctors. Doctors have special information, like their licensing information, like where did they get their medical degree from? We don't need to know that from the person that brings in the food for the patients, or, you know, nurse has some information we need to store, but maybe all staff doesn't need all the same detailed information. So we might have a staff table, but we might have a physician table. There'd be a one-to-one relationship. A doctor is in the physician table, but he's also on the staff table. Well, there's a one-to-one relationship. All their doctor type of information is in the doctor table. So you could have a one-to-one relationship. You have a one-to-one, one-to-many, and in some cases, depending upon which table you're talking about, you have a many-to-one. So one-to-many, many-to-one. And in some cases, you've got a many-to-many, but you'll never see it in a diagram that says many. See, the N is the many. You don't see an N colon N, because a many-to-many, what are we talking about, many-to-many? Well, let's talk about this. I don't want to talk about some other project. Let's say our staff members are a part of, they belong to a department. And let's say that this department over here, I'm going to call this departments if I can get in there. Okay. Now notice that I don't use plural names. I don't say departments or staff members or employees. This request is a singular, not request, because we're giving it a name that would represent a single record in that table. Okay. So a request is a single request. That table holds many of those. Okay, so that's why we don't give it a plural name. But a staff member would belong in a department, usually. But you know what happened when I built a ticketing system? Like, oh, well, Johnny, he works in IT, but he's also an executive. And on the weekends, he helps clean up the building. So he's also in the facilities department. Okay, now, if we made a business rule that a staff member only belongs in one department, well, we would have a department ID, okay? And we would drag this over here. So we could have a team of 10 people that work in IT, in information technology. So over here in department, we have a title because SharePoint's going to create a title for us. Might as well just leave it alone, right? So over here, we can have a record over here that says IT, maybe another record that says executives, maybe another record that says facilities, people that change light bulbs, clean the, you know, if you got cubicles, people go around and vacuum the cubicle walls. I don't know why, but I guess dust can be on cubicle walls. And that's what facilities would handle as well. Okay. But if staff could be in multiple departments, guess what? We would have a many-to-many relationship. How would you do that here? Well, if you have a many-to-many relationship, it's a conceptual thing, a many-to-many relationship. And then you have to create something in the middle to facilitate that. Okay. So you might have a table. It's called a mapping table or a junction table. So we would say staff department. And inside of this table here in the middle, we have a staff ID, and then we'd also have a department ID. We would delete this relationship. I would click on staff ID, move, create that relationship. Boom. Create on department ID. Put that there. So one staff member could be a part of many departments, and one department could have many employees or staff in them. That is facilitated by this table in the middle. So if I am a staff member and I really am a part of 3 departments, I'm going to have 3 records here. So one record, that's me. There's 3 records over here, but in order to create this relationship, I'll have 3 records here. One record, all 3 records would point to me, but those individual 3 records would point to 3 different departments. Hopefully that makes sense. But guys, I'm giving you all the information all here in this video. So we're talking about a lot of different concepts. And some of these I have whole workshops or whole videos based on the, like a whole one just based on designing data. But I'm giving you the full gamut of all of the stuff that you need to know to be successful with Power Apps. Do your wireframes, create your user stories, create your ERD diagrams. If you do those and you show up to the meetings doing these things, you're going to look like the adult in the room. You're going to look like you know what you're doing. They hire you to do Power Apps and you show up like, oh, I know how to use the filter function. I know how to bring over a button on a screen. Well, great. Go do this project. And you're like, okay, would you like a red button or a blue button? And they're like, why do we hire this guy? I know Power Apps. Great. Am I going to have to tell you how to do it? No. Do you want a blue button or a red button? Guys, that doesn't cut it. Okay. All right. So you start with the data. You get that. And when I say start with the data, well, the ERD diagram comes first. The ERD diagram is up here. Start with the data means after you've done all this work, you know what to create, which means you're going to go over here and you're going to create these database tables. Okay. Go into site contents and we're going to have a request and we're going to have our staff. Now, I always uncheck these things because you don't want these lists to show up here on the side. You don't want people to know that these lists exist. You don't want users coming to your SharePoint site, start editing these SharePoint lists. You want them to use your app to add and edit and delete data. Don't let them know that these SharePoint lists exist, okay? All right. Request, staff, department. Let's create a department table here. Now, most of the time in organizations, you just belong to one department, okay? But it was a great example of showing you a many-to-many, right? So we have a request. Let's go back to this, this database schema here. So this is actually a request. Okay, so request has a title. Okay, well, we have a SharePoint list that's got a title. Okay, what about detail? Okay, well, we'll add a detail here. When people ask me for help with their Power Apps app and they start to like, okay, and they take a big, so I've got this app and it keeps track of requests and then blah, 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 blah. And I got this screen and they click on this other screen. They're like, oh, then it has this list over here. And then they show me this and they show me this. And I'm like, whoa, 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 slow down or stop. Show me your ERD diagram. If you can show me your ERD diagram, I understand your app. Okay. If you don't have an ERD diagram, chances are you don't understand your own app. And if you don't follow this path, you guys are doing it wrong. This is what the industry does, and they do it this way for a reason. The people that are doing it this way, they are creating apps and getting stuff done. People that don't, they come to people like me, like, hey, I've got a big mess and I don't know what to do and it doesn't work and there's these bugs. It's like, okay, you've got a bug here, but it's because you put everything in one table. You can't put everything in one table. You can't do that and expect it to work right. Okay. So anyway, start with the data. Okay. What else do we need here? Let's go back. Okay, so the request, we've got detailed information. Okay, let's whip out the rest of this ERD diagram because it's bugging me. I don't want to create my data without an ERD diagram. Okay, so we'll say details. Okay, now in SQL Server, we might want to use varchar or text. Text is like unlimited amount of text. We would say varchar and say like 5,000, how many characters you want them to use for details. What else do we have in this this thing here? We got start date, end date. Okay, well, that's good. Let's go over here and create start date, and we'll make that date time. Okay, end date, date time. Okay. Now, something I will tell you guys, now we're not going to get to it to the very end. After you build the app, you need to deploy it. A lot of people struggle with deployment. And the only reason I'm bringing this up early is next Friday. Every week I've got a workshop, Friday afternoons. Now, if you go over, I've got a community, and you could be a part of this community by going down to the description. I've got a little link there that will get you in here. This is a free community, and we've got a lot of people, over 1,500 people here, who ask and answer questions, and we do all kinds of things here. And then we got classroom, and we got all kinds of courses and great and exciting things. On Fridays, though, we've got workshops. This Friday's workshop is going to be about deploying, creating solution packages, sharing your app with others, testing, creating deployment pipelines. So that's this next Friday. So if you're already at that point where you need to know about it or you want to learn about it early, you want to sign up for that workshop. Where's the workshops? Well, once you're into this community, on the community tab, this is sort of like Facebook groups, but it's like 100 times better because there's no ads and everybody's here for the same reason. You know, there's not a bunch of distractions. Okay. So all upcoming workshops. What can we do here? Well, you can answer the poll. What workshop are you excited about the most? Look at this. I said new tenant setup, but most people want to know about app deployment solutions and pipelines by far. So that's what we're going to do next. Look at this guy. He is excited about deploying and using solution packages and deploying our apps. Okay. Next Friday, be there or be square. Don't miss it. Very good. All right. So start date, end date. What other things do we need to do here? Oh, a leave type. Now, I'd probably call that request type. Okay. So let's go over here. We might have a database table for all the request types. Maybe. Okay. That might be just like a little list or collection in your app because it may not change very much and there's only a few items. Okay. But you could create it as a table. Okay. We could say request type. Okay. Now, guys, you probably notice I'm talking fairly fast, and I'm doing that on purpose because I'm trying to give you everything. Remember what I said at the beginning of the video? This is the only video that you need. Well, I'm trying to give you everything. Okay. I'm going to have to talk fast in order to cover it all. Okay. Now, the great thing about YouTube, at the bottom of this, you got like a little bar going across showing you where you're at in the timeline of the video. There's a little sprocket looking thing, a little round thing. Click on it and you say playback speed. If I'm talking too fast, play me at a half speed and I'll start to talk a little slower. Okay. So just letting you know about that. When I first started doing videos, I would talk fast, sort of like this speed, because people have low attention span these days. I'm going to be honest, guys. If I see an hour, anything over 10 minutes on YouTube, I don't watch it. And here I am creating long videos. You guys are the troopers. You guys that watch my long form content. Okay. So you guys can speed me up and you can slow me down. You have that power. Okay. So we got request type. Guess what? We're going to have a title. So it might be vacation, sick time, personal, holiday, just because I want to take off, whatever. Okay. Up here in request, how do we create these relationships? Well, I can say request type ID. And then I could drag that down here to this ID, many to one. Boom. Now we got request types. Okay. So it says leave type. So I created that. Who's the requester? Guess what? We already have that. Staff ID that's requesting it. It's over here on staff. The approver. Oh, that's interesting. Who's going to be the approver? Probably another staff member that's a manager. Okay. Well, guess what? Is manager. Are they a manager? Yes or no? Well, that's going to be a Boolean. Now in SQL Server, now this whole thing is based on SQL Server types. Okay. In SQL Server, it's called a bit, either a 0 or a 1. Now over in SharePoint, it's called yes, no, or checked, I think is what it's called, checked. Okay. Are they a manager or not? But over here in the request, let's go into request here and we'll say approver or denier. I'll say approver ID. Okay. And that's going to go over to the same table. They're going to be a staff member. Now I'm going to, don't want to keep this way. Why not? It makes it more flexible. If we allow the app to handle organizations where people can be in multiple departments. Isn't that nice? So we could leave it that way. I just like my ERD diagram to look nice and tidy. Okay, it looks nice. You show up to a meeting with a good ERD diagram, they're like, oh, this looks nice. And they want to look at it for a while. Makes you look like you know what you're doing. All right, now we got these. I don't like to cross the streams here. It's cross the lines, but there's no way getting around it. It's going to the same ID. Okay. All right, let's go back to the proposed ERD diagram. We got approval. Oh, what's the status? Oh, that's a good point. What about that? Let's create a new table. We could have request types, but we don't like plurals in our table names, right? So we're definitely going to have an ID. We're definitely going to have a title. What are the types of values that will be in request type? Pending, approved, denied. Those are the three. Now, companies do things their own ways. They could have like 5 or 10 different types, you know? We could have over here in the request. Okay, well, first of all, we need a link over here to request type. Okay, I missed. I had a brain fart here, guys. I had a senior moment. I'm almost 50 years old, guys. Here's a request type. Here's a request. Request type is either, sick, medical leave, vacation, holiday. Request. This is status, not type. Request
Status. Maybe I need to slow down a little bit. I'm getting a little too excited. All right. So it says creator. Yeah. Approve, reject. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have pending, approved, denied. This is the type of request. This is the status. So over here, instead of column 9, this will be status ID. And I'm going to drag that up there. And I might move this down here because, again, I don't like to cross these lines if I can avoid it. Sometimes you can't avoid it because you got so many. You could have 50 or 100 different tables. Might get a little unwieldy. Okay. A lot of tables I like to create something called notes. What about that? Notes. And you might want to say multiple lines of text, allow them unlimited amount. Maybe they want to paste 5 Word documents into the notes. Well, I guess allow them to. Maybe you could make that decision, or the person that you're working with might tell you, no, we only want to allow them like a tweet, only 147 characters or whatever the limit is. Okay. Let's go back over to this Excel spreadsheet. We got a leave ID. Why do we need a leave ID? Because in our ERD diagram, we have an ID. Okay, so we don't need that. Guys, give me ideas. What else do we need here? Okay. Because if you're not going to do all this stuff, if you're not going to do it right, at least start with the data before you jump into Power Apps. And hopefully you'll start to realize, okay, maybe I do need to gather more requirements. Maybe I do need to do the wireframes. Okay. Okay. I'm always going to try to keep up with these comments, guys. Is it possible to create a Canvas app as a SaaS? Now, first of all, we need to tell people what a SaaS is. That doesn't mean we're being sassy. SaaS stands for software as a service. Okay. That means you're charging your customers probably every month. And M365 is a SaaS. I pay Microsoft every month for my Word, Excel, my Outlook, my Power Apps, my PowerPoint, all that stuff. Software as a service. Is it possible to create a Canvas app as a SaaS? Yes. In fact, I have a whole playlist where I create an onboarding app using SQL Server, and I host all the data in SQL Server. And you can just pass on those costs to the customers and say, hey, listen, you need to pay me $20. You should probably charge more. If you're using Dataverse, you want a premium license to Power Apps. That alone is going to cost you $20 a month. I think it's 24 if you pay month to month. Okay. And then you're going to pay probably another $7 for a monthly business basic for Microsoft 365 for a user. So right there, we're already getting close to $30 a month. Let's charge our customers $50 a month to use our app if we're going to build a SaaS application with Power Apps. Okay. Is it possible to create it SaaS, but have data stored on each org's own tenant instead of centrally? The answer is yes. Or does the app need to be exported and imported? You can do it whatever way that you want. I answer a lot of those questions. In fact, I'm going to try to bring this up for you guys so you guys can see this. Okay. 1 second. Because this is some good information as well. If you're on my channel, go to playlist. You see playlist right there? Scroll down. Look at this. Use a big boy database. The Power Apps onboarding application. Okay. There's 17 videos where we build out a SaaS. And I talk about all those things. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys that link. How about that? Okay. And then, so I answer a lot of that stuff. You can do it however you want. And I give a lot of good answers to how you would pull that off. What's the best way to do it? And a lot of it is based on my professional opinion. Okay. That's backed up by experience. Not saying that, I'd like to think that my way is the right way. It's the correct way, but it's based on experience and from lessons that I've learned. Okay. Over time, over 25 years of experience. So one more request status. Ooh, withdrawn. I like that. So instead of deleting it, we say, hey, boom, I'm going to withdraw that. So then a manager could say, yeah, I saw that you keep putting requests and withdrawing them. Is this one for real? In case a requester wants to cancel a request. Absolutely. I like that. Yeah. So that would be a fourth record here within this table. Okay. Now, what about a priority? Okay. So if you're building a ticketing system, you might have a priority. Is it high, medium, or low? Is it urgent or not? I mean, you could have all kinds of different stuff in there for a priority. Okay. Let's go back to this Excel spreadsheet. Holidays. Okay. Well, we might want to list off all the holidays that our organization recognizes. Maybe we're international. Not everybody celebrates Christmas. Maybe different cultures celebrate different holidays, but as an international organization, maybe you don't celebrate Christmas, but if you want Christmas off, you can have it, Okay, so let's go over to our ERD diagram. Let's create a table for holidays, recognized holidays. And something that we should put in here is the year. Okay. Now we could have the date. Now the date, I almost don't like making a field name date, because a lot of times in database systems, that's a reserved word. If you look at Power Apps, today, the word today is a function. The word user is a function. So you just can't be calling things whatever you want. Some might say when. When is that holiday? And this could be date time. Now let's say they're the same every year. Okay, look at my camera doing its thing there. Let me see if I can toggle it off and then back on. Hopefully it works. Maybe not. That's very annoying when my camera does that. And it only happened when I started using this laptop. Whatever. Okay. Maybe every year we just say, hey, we celebrate Christmas here, and it's not dependent upon year. But maybe starting next year, we give people off, an extra holiday. And then the year after that, we're like, oh, that didn't work out so well. We're not going to allow people to take that for a holiday anymore. So it might be good to have a year. Now could have a year in here that would, a date time is going to have a month, day, year, hour, minute, second, millisecond, even though you may not provide all those details. Okay. So you don't have to provide the year. Now we probably want a title in there, like, okay, December 25th. Well, it might be nice to say, yeah, Christmas Day. Okay. Because in some cases, these holidays change from year to year as well. Okay. We could also say fiscal year. Maybe the year that all these dates, they have to they don't go necessarily start and end. They don't start in January and end in December. Maybe you're not based on calendar year. Maybe it's based on fiscal stuff, and there's all kinds of details to manage in an application, guys. So you want to create different data points that accounts for all this type of stuff. Okay. Make sure it's your ERD diagram. And you know what? This isn't just for the beginning of your app. If your app is 10 years old, you should still have, and sometimes you'll hear, our requirements doc is a living and breathing document. What do you mean by that, man? You're weird. What do they mean? That means when you go off to the database, like, oh, we need a new field here for department. We want to put in who the department head is, who's the manager of that department. So you go off to the database for the department. Okay. And you say in here, maybe I'm a manager in the IT department, but over the executive department, I'm not the manager. I'm not the CEO. The CEO is the head manager of the executives, So you need and if you add something in here that to reflect those extra requirements, and I'm talking about this as if I'm talking about the database, I'm really looking at the ERD diagram. But when you go over to the database and you create something, you change something, you need to go over here and update your ERD diagram. Because if you're working on this and you ask for people's help, or like, let's say you resign as the developer, or they promote you to be the manager, you're managing all the Power Apps developers now. Somebody new comes in, and if you hired somebody good, they're going to say, "Hey, where's the ERD diagram?" And you're like, "Oh, here it is, but this is like 2 years old." And they're gonna be like, "Okay, well, this is useless then. It's not up to date. It's all changed." Like, well, it's mostly right. And you're like, okay, well, it looks like you got a relationship. This doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, that's the part that's outdated. Come on, guys. That's junk. Keep your stuff up to date. Is PowerFX a high level language of C? Um, I would consider PowerFX to be a high level language. Okay. Now, what does it mean to be high level or low level? The lowest level that you can get, guys, computers understand zeros and ones. That is the lowest level you can get, zeros and ones. You could code in zeros and ones, I guess. I mean, if you ever hear somebody is going to compile your language, maybe you wrote it in C. C is a low level language, not as low level as assembler, but it is fairly low level. Rust. Rust is a low level language. What other low level? Well, I don't know about all the languages out there. I know that Rust is a low level. C is low level. Assembler is might be lower than them all. I don't know. But something like C, if you're familiar with C, you write your C code, it has to be run through a compiler that changes the syntax. If you hear the word syntax, those are rules of the language. Okay. PowerFX is the language of Power Apps. Does it need to be compiled down to zeros and ones? Not really. It probably executes as JavaScript, to be honest. It's probably run as something else. It's probably interpreted as another language that is run through a browser or on the web server, and eventually gets down to zeros and ones, but it was probably already compiled as something else. So you got different layers and stuff. So I tell you what, I don't want to delve too much into that because that's not what the live stream is about. But go up here to the search, do a search for Darrenese, okay, and type in Power FX. This is what you want to check out. Coding in PowerFX. Guess what? It's 2.5 hours. Tons of great information in there. You'd probably love that video. Okay. But I don't want to make this video all about computer languages, high level, low level, and all that type of stuff. Syntax. We get in all that there. So you probably really like that. Okay. So let's get back to this app. So we got holidays. What else do we have over here? Holiday name, start date. Okay. Yeah. Balance. Okay. This is good stuff. Okay. Let's go back to our ERD diagram and we'll talk about balance. Okay. Let's create, and guess what? A balance. We could have something out here for balance, but this could be several tables, guys. Okay. Think about this. You could have a policy. Okay. That says, of course, we're going to have a title because this is a SharePoint list. I would want to put in a year or a fiscal year. As a CEO of Superpower Labs, my company name, I could say, starting in 2025, guys, I'm going to give you 3 weeks of paid time off. Use it however you want, But maybe this year I only gave out 2. Okay. So starting in different years, you might have different balances. And then I could say, well, based on seniority or how many years you've been around, based on how We call this seniority, seniority. Okay. And this would be how many years. So if they've been around for 5 years, boom, then they get so many. So we'll say hours, maybe not days. Maybe we'll give them so many hours. So maybe they can't take, you know, maybe I say, 21 days would be, of course, we're talking about business days, not actual days, right? So it'll be in increments of 5 if you're talking about a week. But so let's say 3 weeks would be 15 business days, and maybe we want to say 16 days. So it's 3 weeks and then 1 day, or uh, you might throw in another 4, so you got another half day. So you could be based on hours, not necessarily days. But we could say so many hours based on if they've been around for 5 years, and it could be tied to a year. Okay. So this would be balance. I would call this policy. Okay. So this would be out in the employee handbook, but your app would need to know about it. You wouldn't want to put this into your code, hard code it. No, you want this to be data driven. You want it to be dynamic. And then you'd have another table out here called staff balance. And this would be the current year. And we'd have a staff ID. And of course, because we're in SharePoint, it's going to have a title. So we've got all that. So the staff ID, this is going to go this direction. Okay. And the policy doesn't have to deal with a specific staff or balance. This is just the policy. So you could like use this as a lookup table, like, hey, this person's, oh, we need to have a start date, don't we, for staff? You see how this can just grow. The more you think about the app in your organization, the more this is going to grow and grow and grow. And something that I should put here, let's put start date before I forget. Date time. Something I really should say here before we do this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're going to say identify the MVP. What's MVP? Most valuable professional? No. An MVP is minimal viable product. What's the smallest thing we can put out there and get the users to start using? Remember Facebook? Facebook came out, you could upload a photo of yourself, you could have friends, and you had a wall. And that was it. Look at Facebook today. Oh my goodness, we got Facebook groups, we got this, we got that, we got the memes, and we got, all this stuff going on. You want to identify the very small, well, what do you use right now for requesting time out? Well, I send an email off to my manager. Hey, I'm sick. Hey, I want to take next week off for vacation. And they'll respond with, okay, thanks for letting me know. Well, for this app, we got all of these features, all these things that we're going to do with our app. Guess what? It takes time. You need to identify, and this is so important. Almost everybody that wants me to work with them, I got an accelerator program, guys, where you can sign up. I'll commit to you for 6 months, and I'll help you with all your projects. Okay. I'll make sure you master Power Apps. I'll take you by the hand, lead you into your Power Apps future. Guess what almost all of them do? Hey, you have your first project in mind? Yeah, I do. It's a doozy. It's a huge one. I'm like, no, don't. No. It's like me going to my piano teacher. I want to play for Elise. That's the first song I'm going to learn. No, you're not. You're going to learn Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. No, you're not going to do this whole app in an afternoon. You need to do the minimal. What's a minimal viable product? Well, what does the word minimal means? That means the smallest possible. Do the Facebook thing. What's What's the smallest? Guess what, guys? You know all these changes that we experience with software. Facebook is to blame. You know why? When Facebook put out a big update, everybody complains. People don't like their cheese moved. There's a book called "Who Moved My Cheese?" Go read that book. You'll find out what I'm talking about. People don't like changes. The worst app that you can do, that you can create, the worst experience you can have as a software developer, and if you don't know this, you'll create an app. The situation is you're replacing an app that already exists. Let's say they already have an app, but the app is going away, or maybe this app is too expensive for the company, and they bring you in as a Power Apps developer. It doesn't matter what you're using. The users are going to hate you. They're going to despise you. You know why? I don't know why you're writing this app. We already use an app and it works just fine. And maybe they don't even like it. They just don't like the change. That is the worst project you can don't just know this. If you encounter, just know it's not you. Okay? Users, that is the worst project for you to take on. They already have an app and it works okay. Not a good project to take on. You want to take on an app where it's a manual process and there's a bunch of pain and everybody hates this manual paper process and they're like, oh, there's got to be a better way. There's got to be, please send us somebody that's going to like automate our process. That's the app that you want. And lo and behold, I had this client that says, yeah, we have everything in Airtable. You guys ever heard of Airtable? You ever heard of Smart Sheets? Ever heard of Nintex forms? But that costs too much. So we want to do it all. We already pay for Power Apps. We already pay for M365 for everybody. Do all this in Power Apps. And then that's what they'll use. Every meeting with the user is going to be like, why are we doing this? Why don't we just stay with Airtable? You're going to get that the whole time. In fact, your name is going to be mud. People aren't going to like you. It's just how it is. Okay. If you don't identify the minimal viable product, you're going to have to go off to your cube. You're going to go off to your office. If you're lucky, you got an office. You're going to go off to your cube and you're going to be working. Oh, I'm working on the app. You got a lot for me to do here. Okay, well, Darren's off working on his app. When's he going to be done? I don't know. Darren, when's that going to be done? Oh, about 2 weeks. How did I come up with that number? You cannot come up with a number until you've done all these steps, guys. Minimal viable product. If I'm going to create a leave request app, what am I going to do? I'm just going to build the smallest thing I can. I'm going to have one screen, one table, and it's going to be, okay, here's the request. I'm going to ask off for this request. Who requested it? Maybe I got the staff table. I'm going to put the very few things out there. If you're going to create a ticketing system, the request, what's the heart of the application? For a leave request, you're going to have this request table. Well, at least have one screen out there that allows somebody to enter a request. If you're going to create a ticketing system, a service desk ticketing system, at least have one screen that allows somebody to enter a request. So at least it's in the system. If you're going to build a CRM system, at least have one screen, one table that keeps track of the customers. Do one thing and do it well. Now, once you put it out there, then you're going to get the requirements, the rest of the requirements. Like, but listen, we have to keep track of the policy, the balance policies, and how much balance everybody has. And it's like, gather the requirements. Like, yeah, we'll get it all done. We'll get it all done. Sure. But first, at the end of the meeting, we're just going to do the smallest amount possible. Why? Well, at least you got that done. This allows you to get something done in a week or a weekend or an afternoon. Okay, yeah, I'll do all this stuff. But first, we at least need a screen where they can enter in a request, right? Yeah. We'll get to the approval next. Okay, maybe next week. Okay, build a roadmap for them. Okay. Well, first we'll do this. How long is it going to take? Well, it depends. If I give you the minimal viable product and you're like, oh, that minimal viable product, that needs to be a different color and we need to do this. And oh, you're trying to tie into this other system, but the DBA isn't going to give you access yet. Oh, when we don't have the Power Apps environment, we want you to develop it in a new Power Apps environment. It's called Dev, and that hasn't been set up yet. Well, why are you asking me how long it's going to take if it's crazy. It's going to happen every time, guys. They're going to ask you, how long is it going to take? It depends. And they won't like that answer. So what you tell them is, let's focus on, but first. That's all you got to say. But first, the first thing we're going to do is this. I will have something. How long is it going to take for you to do the project? Listen, I'm going to have something for you Monday morning that puts them at ease. Okay. But the whole thing is going to take, no. Because Monday you're going to tell me what else needs to be done. Well, I just told you it needs to do all this. Yeah, but Monday you're going to tell me this, what I need to do on Tuesday. It won't be all this stuff. It's going to be something else. It's going to be something new. That's why you can't give them an estimate. The only way you can give a solid estimate is if you have all this information and they never give it to you up front. They might tell you, yeah, that's all we need. But guess what? Monday morning, they're going to tell you something else. Or they're going to say, oh, yeah, that was a good project and it's really important, but here's this other project that we need done first. Yeah. Every project that I thought would be simple has been 3 or 4 times more complex than initially thought. Did you see that, guys? Did you see what they said? What is the first word? Every, not most, every. There's no exceptions every time. You think that's no, that's not an exaggeration, guys. Somebody says, "Hey, I just need one of the apps I have here on my YouTube channel. It's a checklist inspection app." Guess what they came to me as? "Oh, this is just a one screen spreadsheet. So I just need a one screen." No. It's simple. But you need it to do this and this. Yeah. But it's simple. It's not complicated. You know why they're doing that? They want you to say, "Oh, that'll just take me an afternoon. It'll just be $100." No, don't do that. You're gonna be kicking your 3 months from now. You'll be kicking yourself. Yeah, I can do this whole app for about $1,000. $1,000. Let's say 5,000. That 5,000 sounds like a lot of money, doesn't it? Can you live a whole year off of $5,000? Because even the simplest apps sometimes turn into a year project. Now, Power Apps is a rapid application development platform. It allows you to whip out stuff really quickly. Okay. So that's a huge upside, but still, man, business IT cannot keep up with the business demand. Hey, is AI going to replace us? Are you kidding me? No, it's going to allow us to move faster. We're we're IT is in the business of saying no or not yet. It's never to give the business what it needs because it can't keep up. So AI is going to help us. Things like low code, no code is going to help us do things faster. And Microsoft design it so the business can start doing their own apps. Citizen developers, right? Guess what? IT still locks it down. They still don't allow the citizen developers to do what they need to do. Job security. You could say, I work in IT. I don't like that mentality. I don't like telling people no. I don't like that about IT. But that's what we do. Nope, you can't have it. No, not yet. No, you can't do that. Only we can do that. But there's another side to that. People want to like, oh, well, we'll build it ourselves or we'll hire somebody to do that. Oh, guess what? We already paid those people. Those people are gone. Or now we don't know what we're doing. Now it's gotten too complex. Now we can't handle it. IT, you're the experts. Here, take it. And they're like, what is this crap? Now we got to rewrite it. That wasn't done right. I don't want that stuff sitting on my server. Why not? We put on the server, it would blow up our server. It'd probably use up all the space. It'd probably blow it up and smoke would be coming out of the server room. And then guess what? Then you're going to be blaming me for the network's down. So there's two sides to that. All right. Identify the MVP. Don't start off with, you can take on a big project, but still identify the MVP and start with that. And what you say, People won't like that. No, we're just going to do this one little part. That's going to go over like a fart in church. So you're going to say, yeah, no, but first, not you say, you guys ever taken any type of improv comedy training? There's only one rule. Improv, you say yes, and this. Oh yeah, I'm walking down the street. Yes, and boom, there's a car and we just got hit. The person says, "What? We weren't hit by a car." No, you say, "Yeah, we got hit by a car." And now we're in an ambulance going to the hospital. You always say, "Yeah, sure." But first, so not only am I teaching you not only have I been teaching you Power Apps this whole time, which is sort of funny because we haven't even opened up Power Apps yet, right? I'm teaching you the soft skills. So there's technical skills, which you called hard skills, but I'm gonna teach you the soft skills, which is really what hurts you. The hard skills, the technical skills get you the job. But once you got the job, if you don't have these soft skills, you're not going to keep the job. You're going to get fired. They're going to think you're incompetent. You don't know what you're doing. Okay? So, they want everything in the moon. What's your response? Sure. But first, I'm going to work on that high priority screen that the application is going to revolve around. And they're going to say, "Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but we also need, yeah. But first, I'm going to get that MVP done." Okay. Okay. So then we get the MVP done. Okay. And then they get the MVP on Monday morning. Then they relax. They relax. Because like, yeah, I'm going to get all this done. How long is it going to take? 2 months. Okay. We really wanted it in 1 month. Everybody wants something done in 1 month. It's either tomorrow, next Monday, or next month. I don't know why. If you're really lucky, they'll say it needs to be done by the end of the year. How long is it going to take? Yeah, it's going to take by the end of the year. There's a rule in project management. You give somebody a span of time, that's how long it's going to take for them to do it. Managers know this. Project managers know this. Guess what? It needs to be done by Monday. Okay. But first, I'm going to do the blah, blah. Okay. Okay, I guess. You watch it. Mark my words, guys. This is exactly how it works. It's crazy. It's wild. It's a trip. All right. So we're going to identify so what's the MVP, guys? It's the request. Forget about all this other stuff. Focus. We could put the whoever the requester is, we could just put their email address in there and we know who requested it, right? We could put the request type as a single line of text. We could do that. And at least you're started. At least you're getting some small wins. Okay? All right. Now, at some point, we're going to have to get in and start doing this stuff. Have we done enough planning? You cannot give a cost and time estimate until you've done all the gathering, the analysis, and the planning. If I don't know what you need done, and if I don't know how I'm going to do it, if I don't know what tool I'm going to use, am I going to use SharePoint? Am I going to use SQL Server? If you change your mind, like I need it done in C#, okay, now it's going to take years and I need 5 developers, I don't know. Power Apps allows you to get stuff done much quicker. Okay. So we're going to create the data. Let's do our MVP, guys. Are you guys ready? All right. I'm going to go to site contents and we're going to have a request. I'm going to take this ERD diagram. I'm going to hit save and you guys have a link to this. Here's the link to this note. Okay. tinyurl / Power App Superhero. Okay. Guess what I'm going to do here? Hopefully you guys are all a part of the community. Guess what I have here, guys? What do we have? This is it right here. This is today's live stream. I'm going to go in and I'm going to post the link right here. Save it. Here's the link to this. Paste it in. There we go. So now you guys have that link. I'm going to drag this ERD diagram up to another screen over here in SharePoint, site contents, request. Let's do the MVP. Let's get this done. I'm going to go over to list settings, which is where I told you the best place to create all your columns will be. Okay, so we got the title. Now let's do, we could have a staff ID. If it's an MVP, we'll just say staff email. Okay, or requestor. Requestor. Is that right? Request. So if I put a space in there, will it tell me it's a, yeah, it's not misspelled. Okay. Requestor email. There we go. Single line of text is good. And a lot of times you just scroll down the very bottom, hit OK. Very quick and easy. Okay, so we got title. That will be like a little short description of what the request is. What's the long description? I'm going to click on create column, and I'm going to say details. I'm going to zoom in here so you guys can see this better. Multiple lines of text. Now, I'm going to tell you guys straight up, with SharePoint, you got to do something here. Make sure it's plain text. You do not want enhanced rich text because it's going to put div tags and it's going to make it ugly. Keep it as plain text. Trust me on that. I'm not going to go into all the whys. I'm just going to give you the best advice that I have for you. Start date. Okay. Date time. Done. Scroll to the bottom. Once that OK button lights up, I'm going to hit it. Okay, very good. Let's create another column. End date. Date time. There we go. Date time. Scroll to the bottom. Hit OK. A request type. Let's create request type. Single line of text. Guys, do not. I've got a video out here on YouTube. Do not. I should probably put this in the notes. Do not. Okay? Never use choice columns. Never, ever, ever. Don't use choice. Don't use choice columns in SharePoint. Don't use complex types in SharePoint. Don't use a lookup table. Okay? Now, if you look, and I'm sure this is going to cause people use it, and guess what? You're going to have delegation problems. You're going to have issues, and things aren't going to work right. And after you get 2,000 records, people complain, hey, you got a bug in your app. Hey, you don't know what you're doing. Use a choice column. Use a complex type. Don't do that. Take my word for it. If you want to know all the details about it, go to YouTube. Darren Neese, choice. There you go. Never use choice fields in Power Apps. And then I put never. Don't do it. And I spend 8 minutes and 36 seconds of why and what you should use instead. Don't do it. Don't ever do it. What column types do I recommend? Single line of text. Yes, that's a simple type. Multiple lines of text. Okay, that's a simple type. That's good. Don't use rich text. Okay, choice, never, ever, 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 never, ever, 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 never, ever use choice. Okay, only the reason I would use choice, somebody gives me a SharePoint list that's already created and I have to. You have no choice. Even then, I'm going to try to get out of it and try to use something else because you have delegation problems. You're going to have all kinds of problems. Complex types are complex and they cause, you know what, guys, SharePoint's been around for over 20 years. Do you think they were thinking about Power Apps when they created choice? No, they weren't. Dataverse has choice. Is that good over there? No, it's not. Create a separate table, guys. Create a separate table. Did you know in SQL Server, which is a real database, there's no choice type column. There's not even a lookup. You have something called a foreign key. That's the way that you do it, okay? How do you do foreign keys within SharePoint? Well, go over here, do a search for Darren East and relationships. I'm a relationship expert, guys. And I'm not a relationship counselor here. Look, how to set up relationships in Power Apps. This is a 12-minute video. I explain it in the first 60 seconds and then take the 12 minutes to go over it nice and slow. Here you go. No extra charge. It's all free. Okay. Choices that complex, don't use. Numbers, that's a simple type. That's great. Currency. Well, I don't use currency. What I use is a number with a decimal. Okay. I guess you could use currency. I don't got any problems with that. But see, the thing is, these are used within SharePoint. Like you got a SharePoint view and stuff. We're not using SharePoint here as it was intended. We're just using it as a data source, as a database. Okay. Date and time. Very good. It's a simple type. Thumbs up. Use it. Lookup. No. Lookups are good in Dataverse, not in SharePoint. Okay. Lookups are how you do foreign keys in Dataverse. Okay. Yes, no. That's good. That's simple. It's Boolean. Person or group. No, that's a complex. Okay. Hyperlink or picture. Nope. Causes problems. Calculated. Yeah, that's good. So you can actually, let's say we got a first name column and a last name column, and you want to create a calculated called full name, and you put the first and last name together. That's actually a good thing. Okay. Image. I guess if you're going to store files, I store them as base64 text fields, or I use a document library for that. Okay. Task outcome. I don't even know what that is. External data. I don't use it. Just use simple types. Single line of text, multiple lines of text. Numbers, date, time, yes, no. That's it. You can do everything with those simple types. You start to get complicated, you're going to have problems. You're going to have some delegation issues. Your apps aren't going to work right, and then you're not going to look good. And then you're going to, Darren, your problem has some bugs. And if you can't figure it out, guess what they're going to do? Okay, we're going to have you talk to Randy. Randy is our software architect. Randy's got 5 more years of Power Apps, and guess what? Randy watches my videos. I'm kidding, guys. But he might. All right, request type. We could put request type in single lines of text. Guess what, guys? We're going for something simple. We're going for that minimal viable product. What else do we have? I'm going to go up to my ERD diagram. Okay. What else do we have? We have the approver. Okay. Create a column. You know what? I'm going to keep things simple. I'm going to say approver. It could be a manager. I'm going to say email. Okay. We could figure out who somebody is by their email. That's a unique thing. Okay. Yeah. But Darren, look, we have a whole ERD diagram. We have a separate table for that. Okay. Yeah. Great. Yes, I agree. But first, we're going to do an MVP. Status and notes. That's it. That's our MVP. Status, single line of text. We could put a status in there. Okay. Guys, get some out there they can start using. They're happy. Oh, yeah, he created the whole app, blah, blah. Now we got some more things. Yeah, sure. But he turned around and he created an app for us. You're a hero. It gives you more time to watch the rest of my videos. Okay. Oh, we said multiple lines of text. Make sure that's not, make sure it's plain text. Okay, guys, hit okay. We are done with our MVP table. Okay. All right. Are we done? Well, we're done with our database for now. Guess what happens, guys? If we know we got some, this isn't our first rodeo and we're going to create all this, guys, I would look at what I do out here. Okay. If you go back, somebody asked me about creating software as a service. Guess what happens? If you go over here, I'm like, hey, how do you do an app? Well, down here, I've got software as a service, and there's a thumbnail. No, it's not live, it's playlist. There we go. I was like, where is it at? Onboarding app. 17 videos, and the thing isn't done yet. You know why? Because we didn't do the MVP. Don't make the mistake. Don't go too big. Now, if we're if I'm showing you guys how to do a system, maybe we do all of it. We got, but still, the MVP is so important. It gives you something manageable to work with. Okay. All right. Enough of that. Are you guys tired of me saying MVP? I'm saying it so much because people hear it goes in one ear and out the other. Then they forget about it. And they're sitting there, hold on. And how much? Another 2 weeks, another 2 months, and I will be done. And their faith and their opinion in you just diminishes over time. Every time I thought you said it was going to be done by now. I know, but guys, you told me you needed another screen. There's always going to be another screen that are going to want you to do. Okay. So, I'm going to hit, let me scroll up here. How do we get back home? How do we do this right? Click new app, start with a page design and hit blank, or click create, blank app. That will give you these three options. And again, blank canvas app, create. Here we go. This is going to be leave request. Now, do you hit tablet or phone? Well, I think tablet's the best decision, which tablet is landscape. Phone is portrait. That's all it means. Okay. You can use a tablet on the phone. You can use a phone on the tablet or a browser. So it really doesn't mean anything. It just means the orientation. We can make a tablet portrait oriented by making it responsive. That's another feature that we can add. Sure. But first, we're going to do the MVP. Start off with a tablet. It's going to give you more space to develop. And guess what? If it's landscape, you just tell the people, like, you use on your phone, just move it sideways and use it like that. Yeah, exactly. Justin says, oh gosh, yes, always a new screen, always another fee. Absolutely. It always. Guys, there are no exceptions. As long as they know that changes the cost. Yeah. If they start asking for more features, like, yeah, I can do that. It's all billable time. Are you going to continue to when people ask you to do some freelance work, they're like, how much is this going to cost? And you're like, $2,000. And they're like, okay. They pull out their checkbook, or they pay you, and you're like, or maybe they hold on to it until you're done. I thought you said you're gonna like, hey, listen, that screen, you're told it's for Canadians. Okay, yeah, I'll get that done. 2,000. Okay, whatever. Where's the French? Where's the French translations? You didn't tell me that. No, I told you it was for Canadians. Well, you should have known that. Now you're picking them back and forth. If you would have just done the MVP. All right, let's get going. But you're right, Justin. Yeah, you'll learn. If you don't believe it, it's going to happen. You're like, oh yeah, I was told that. Okay, let's do the MVP. What do we need? We need a way for people to say, hey, I need to request some time off. Let's go to the database. Okay, look, boom. Here's the hamburger. We go down to data, add data. Look at all these data sources. Well, this is all Dataverse. When it says tables, that's all Dataverse. Our apps is set up to like Dataverse. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say SharePoint. SharePoint. Oh, look at that. Leave request. If you don't see your SharePoint site there, what you need to do is go here, click on the square. Click on the square again until it goes down to the shortest amount possible. Okay. You paste this in, hit connect. Request. That's all I need. It's an MVP. There we go. Now we have a request. The data's in there. Now what are we going to do? Now I've got some tough love for you guys. You could use a form. Forms, in my opinion, are training wheels. Okay. You could use them if you want. Okay. You guys want to, now, if you clicked on this link, you're like, oh yeah, I want to, learn Power Apps. Okay. Well, you really do need to learn how to use forms, but is that really the best thing? Well, let's show you why you may not want to use form. Let's pull over and edit form. Don't ever use a display form. A display form just shows you it. An edit form can display it and edit it. So why would you ever use a display form? I don't know. I think you should never use that. So let's hit request. What are we going to get with a form? Well, there's all of our fields. Is that all of them? Title, request email. Okay, let's click on add fields. Do we have anything else that we want in here? There's status. Name. Do we want name in there? Let's go to the full field list by going to list settings. We didn't create name. So SharePoint will create fields for you that you may not want. Okay, color tag, I don't want any of that. I might want to know when it was submitted. Okay, let's do that. An ID, that's our unique identifier, but we may not want to display that to the user. Okay, I'm going to add in the status. Now, do we want to allow them to put in attachments? Probably not. Maybe. I don't recommend it. So if you see something here you don't want, you could just click on what's called the data card. This little thing over here, this is called the tree view. The very first item, that's called the tree view. You guys see that? Here's attachments. We could just remove this and then it goes away. Now the created, that will just be displayed because you can't change the displayed. Okay. Now, something that we can do is we can go over to the columns. We can change that to 1. Okay. This will make it a little bit more manageable looking, I guess. There's the title. Okay. Now, there's all kinds of restrictions with forms, and that's why I don't like them. What do you use instead of a form, Darren, if you don't like forms? Well, you see how you got like a label and a text box? We just pull over labels and text boxes from here, and at the bottom you put a button that uses a patch function. Okay? And that's it. Or you could use a form. And you could use a form, and you know what's going to happen? Well, you might change your mind. Okay, for request type, I just want them to have like a little drop down. You know, how you can do that with a form? Well, I could sit here for an hour and show you how to like mess around with the form and make it do what you want, or I can just show you the good way of doing this. Okay, let's take that out. Let me show you the real way. Okay, the good way. All right, text input. What are we going to do? What do you want request off for? Well, we also want a label because we probably want to say request off for. Okay. Now we've got a little text box here where they can type in. Do you want it to say text input? No. Take that out. Boom. Gone. Now you can put stuff in here. Say short description of your request. That's what's called a hint text. When they click on there, it goes away and they can start typing. Okay. I'm super sick. Maybe COVID-19. Well, hello. From Porto, Portugal. Very cool. RPA consultant. So is that robotic process automation? Are you a Power Automate desktop expert? That's what I'm thinking, just based on what you said there. Why do folks prefer patch versus forms? I like just having to use submit form and having access to on success, on failure. So some of the big points. So I cover this in my crash course. If you join the community, this is free content. So you go over to my community, go into the crash course. 10 things that you must know. These are the 10 big things. Should you use forms? I've got a video that is how long? 10 minutes long. And I go over why you should use forms or not, and all the reasons why, the pros and the cons. And I don't really want to make the video about that, but the biggest reason, the form, I like to have full control over how my screens look and operate. And I can spend hours, sometimes days, getting a form exactly how I want it. Then one day I go in there and I change the border color, or I change the column, or I rename it. The whole form resets on me. And after that happens to you for the 19th time, you will take a knife and cut your hand and vow to never use a form ever again. And that's what's happened. And when I do these videos, I'm like, well, maybe, if this is a beginner, maybe I should show forms. And then every time I regret it, because there's always some reason why you got to customize it. And then it takes you more time to customize the form than actually just to do it, what I would call the right way. And there's ways to do, like you said here, you bring up some valid points on success, on failure. How do you know if it succeeded or not? Well, there's reasons why the user will get an error. And that is probably because they didn't provide any value for the title. Maybe your title is required in the database and the user, well, check for it before they hit patch, before they hit the save button. Okay. There's stuff in Power FX to allow you to check for errors. Check for it. Okay. If you go over to my my GitHub repository, okay, when I'm done here, I can upload this app into my repository here. I've got a repository called Power App Snippets. I'm gonna share this for you guys. And you know what I'll do over here in Obsidian? I'll put in here my GitHub repository. Okay, there it is. I called it my bag of tricks for the Power Platform. App on air. Guess what I do? I've got a little YAML code, and you could copy and paste this code. This will handle all your errors in your whole app, and it will email you the errors, and it will carbon in the users if you want it to. And at the bottom, if you want all the errors to be dumped into a database table called Power Apps Errors, all you got to do is uncomment this out and create that table, and it will do it. It's amazing. It's great. So I've thought through a lot of these things. The whole use a form, not use a form. I just never use forms anymore. And that's what I recommend. I think it makes you a stronger Power Apps developer. But you know what? It's just my opinion. Opinions are like babies. Everybody thinks their baby's cute. Anyhow, okay. So at the most basic level, the MVP, we have a request. Hey, I'm super sick. I'm going to be out today. Let's bring over a button. Okay. And this button will say submit request. Okay, there we go. Now, what are we going to do here? Now, if we're using a form, we would say submit form, right? You're looking for that. Oh, my repo. Yeah, there you go. If we're using a form, we'd say submit form. We got something more elegant. Something more elegant for a civilized age, and that's the patch function. That's a quote from Star Wars, by the way. I'm not. Okay, so the patch, what's the data source? The data source is the request. Request. There we go. Now, if this is a new record, we're going to need that name of that data source request. We'll use the defaults. Okay, there we go. And then the third parameter are all of the fields. Now, if you guys want to know, if you always use the form and you never use patch, you might be interested in, this is one of my most popular videos. Do a search for Darren's patch. This is we had a whole workshop based on complex patching. That was really cool. Here we go. Stop using forms, use patch. 42,000 views. Okay. So a lot of people are looking for this. Let me share this with you guys. Okay. So I take 30 minutes to step through it very slowly, but this is it. There's 3 parameters for patch, guys. The name of the data source. It's request. If you want a new record, use the defaults. What does defaults do? It goes out and says, hey, I'm going to create a new record. What are the default values for all the fields in here? And that's what it does. Now, we have a title. Okay. Over here in our data source, the title is going to be the short description of the request. Now we have a text box, txt request. Well, if I can type it, request. Okay. txt request dot text. Is that it? That's it. Guys, I like things that are nice and clean, maybe a little minimalistic. Okay. That's it. We have a label. We have a text box. We've got a button. Does it work? Only one way to find out, and that's to test it. I'm super sick. Maybe COVID-19. Click the button. Did it work? Let's go see. Okay. I'm super sick. Maybe COVID-19. It's got an idea for. Okay. What do we have here? Is this a minimal viable product? Maybe. If somebody sent this request, if you guys are currently using emails right now, this is better than an email, in my opinion. Okay. Now we could make this, guys, we can make this look nice. If this is due Monday morning, check this out. Let's bring up a container. Let's make this MVP look impressive, because right now it's not impressive. Okay. I'm going to go in here for the color. I'm going to say color value. And I've got a favorite color that I like to use as a background. And I know the hexadecimal value. It's F5, F5, F5. If you want a great color, repeat the RGB values in there, and it's going to give you a nice gray color. Okay. Now I got an error because I wasn't quite done with the line of code. And for the drop shadow, let's make it extra bold. Extra bold is probably a little too much. Let's just go with a regular. That doesn't look bad. We can play around with this. Let's say semi-bold. Okay. Let's make this container bigger. Let's take everything that we've got up to this point, which is pretty much everything that makes up our app right now, and let's just paste it into this container. Okay. Let's click on all these controls and let's make this, I don't know, maybe like 400 pixels wide, and then make this container just a little bit more than 400. Okay. If you guys are currently using emails for requesting time off, I guarantee you they're going to like this better. Now for the left padding, I give that a 0. Okay. Let's copy and paste this too. Okay. What do you do with an email when you request time off? You got a subject line, hey, I'm sick today. And the body was like, hey, I woke up. I think I've got COVID-19. I'm going to go to the urgent care, do a COVID test to find out, but that's what's going on. Okay. So maybe for the notes, okay, let's say details. For this thing here, let's say long description. And let's make this multi-line. Okay, let's open this up. That's better than an email. You know what's great about this, guys? Let's give this a good name. TXT request details. Down here in our patch function, how would we do this? Well, let's add on another field here. We know we've got notes. Now we got TXT request details.text. You can always start with a minimal viable product and just add to it. It's so easy. If you bring over a form, it's just a matter of time before you're frustrated and want to start pulling out your hair. Okay. So now let's try something here. Vacay. And, you know, in an email, if you're going to send this to your manager, like, hey, I'd like next week off for a little R&R. Okay. We could do that and hit the button. Okay. Now, what could we do here? Well, it just sits there after we hit the request. Now what are we going to do? Okay, well, let's create a new screen. Now we do have screen templates. What can we do? Scroll down here and find success. That was successfully completed. Okay. And then on this button, if we want to move to a different screen, all we got to do is say navigate over to screen 2. Now we probably should have named our screens appropriately. Okay. Vacay, I'd like next week off a little R&R. Whoops, didn't mean to click that. This is a duplicate, but has more info. I meant to ask off the 1st of September, 2024. We'll hit the button. Oh, it was successful. Very good. Now let's go over to our data source, not Excel. Look at this. We're going to refresh this. Vacay. There we go. There's more information. Now, who submitted this? Well, you know what we could have done? Show or hide columns. Who created, when it was created, who it was created by. There we go. Darren, all the way over. Okay, so we've got some information. Right now, we've got a better system than an email system. You got an MVP. Yeah, we're going to do something great, but first, we're going to create you something simple. So you got something on Monday morning. All right, what else do you guys want to? I'm watching the comments. What do you guys want to do next? Well, until you're fully done, we want these emails to still go out. Well, guess what, guys? If your program doesn't send out the email, they won't use it because it's like, well, you're not done yet. It's not as good as the email. We still need the email. Guess what, guys? Let's go over to data sources and let's pull in a connector that will allow us to send an email. You know how easy that is? Oh, I use Power Automate for that. No, don't use Power Automate for that. It's one line of code in Power Apps. Outlook. Now you could look for an SMTP connector, or the easiest thing to do is Office 365 Outlook. Bring that in. Click on that. That's me. Now, when the user uses this app, guess what it's going to do? It's going to be using their email address. So it's going to be sent from them. That's the beauty of Power Apps. It has like pass-through authentication there. Yeah. Notify save successful. Notify of error. Okay. Well, guess what? Over here, when we do the patch, we could do if error. Okay. If we execute this thing, if there's an error, you know, we could do something called, hold on a second here. We could do a notify. Okay. And what we could do, let me indent this stuff. This sort of messes with my head here if I don't indent the code. We could notify there was an error. Okay. What was the error? Guys, this is, you got so much power here. You guys don't realize how much power you have. Okay. There is an errors collection. Okay. Based on what? Well, what data source did we just mess with? Request. This is a collection of errors. Okay. Let's cut that. What can we say here? Okay, a notify function takes a string and it makes a little message appear at the top of the screen. Okay, so what we could do is let's look at the very last error that happened with, okay, give me the last record of the errors collection that happened with this data source. Okay, we could do an ampersand to splice in two strings together, which is what we're doing. Dot. Hey, what column caused the problem? There we go. We could say there was an error. Let's put a string in here. So let's say it was title. Let's say we made, a lot of times what happens is, for the longest time, SharePoint would always make title required. Okay, now you don't see, and all these are not required, but let's say we require that this has information and we save it. Okay, now if you change anything in your schema, your database, well, Power Apps doesn't know about that change that we just made. What you got to do is you got to say refresh. Okay, we're going to refresh that. So now it knows the title is required. Now, over here, let's say, well, they put all the information in the notes. So do we really need the title? No, I'm going to comment out that. So now we're not going to provide title, but we know title is required. Maybe we didn't know. Maybe we forgot. Okay, that means we are going to get an error here, guys. There was an error. The title column caused it. Okay, we could do that. What else can we do? The last error that happened on that data source, dot, what's the error message? It caused this error, colon. Here's the error message. What else can we do? Stop relying on the form control, and start having fun. Look at this. There's the message. There's the error. Okay. What else can we do here? There's the record. It's going to show us the record that caused the error. Okay. Do all kinds of stuff. Now, if you guys go over to my my GitHub repository here, now I set up these variables, and I pretty much, these are all comments. Most of the code in this app on air stuff are comments explaining how this code is set up, and if you want to like put variables over in your App.Formulas and stuff. Okay, I wanted to be very complete. But look at what I keep track of here. We keep track of the error message, the source, what was observed, the HTTP response, the response code, the timestamp, the screen, the user's email, the user's name. What do? We send off an email with all this information. If there's more than one error, there's a whole table of errors. Okay, you guys want to see this at work? I've been putting this on I've got it in my template, my Jumpstart kit. I've got it over in my my Ultimate template. So by the way, guys, I run 5 school communities, 4 of which have to do with Power Apps. So I've got workshops. These happen every Friday. Okay. You can access all of them. You can access all of the workshops that have happened in the past. It's only $25 and you get access. It's $25 a month. You get access to all of them. And we've had 24 workshops this year. You'll get access to all of them. So we got complex patching. We got all kinds of stuff. I've got another group that's just for building a template. And this template has all of this code in it. So you don't have to copy and paste all this code that you want to have in every app. It's got all the common denominators. Okay. So if you look at this, all I'd have to do is copy all this code. What does this look like? Well, you copy all this up to the top. And again, most of this is comments, okay? Because I wanted to be really descriptive. I want you guys to understand the code. So if I go over here to app on air and I paste that code, look at all this. Okay? Here's all the documentation on the error function. If error, is blank or error. There's the errors function. Here's the PowerFX error handling. Here's all the documentation. Okay. Be sure to add the Office 365 Outlook connector because it sends out the errors in an email. Okay. You put your email address here. You replace mine with your email address. Okay. If you want the user, the person that experienced the error, to get a copy of the email, you leave that in. If you don't want them to have it, take it out. Usually what happens, you start getting these emails and it gives you time to fix the error. And by the time the user gets to them, like, hey, you got to, and you're like, oh yeah, I fixed that. That was last week. I fixed that. Did you refresh? Just refresh the screen. Boom, error's gone. There's the name of your application. So when this sends out an email, you know what? Let's say you've got 50 apps out there. How do you know what the error is from? Well, you need to give it that information. Okay. And then down here, it constructs a bunch of HTML. Look, there's an HTML tag, a body tag. It creates a table. It puts on all this information. There we go. Now, what happens when there's an error? Let me put a button in here. How can you make an error happen at will? All you got to do, guys, say notify, like we're going to display some information, right? And I'm going to say 1 divided by 0. You cannot divide by 0. That's a big no-no. I'm going to run this. I'm going to hit the button. The email's already sent. I'm just waiting for the thing to show up in my Outlook. Okay. I want to open up my Outlook. It might take a few seconds to come up. Okay. So I'm going to leave that there. And I'm going to show you what that looks like. And if I run it and I keep hitting this button, it's going to add it to the list. Okay. And I hear my phone buzzing for the emails that are happening here. Guys, I'm showing you all my secrets. I'm showing you everything that I know about Power Apps in this one video. Look, here's the button that caused it. It was on the on select on this screen, screen 1. Sometimes the source, or a lot of times the source and the observed for some reason is the same thing. Here's the error message. Okay, here's the app. If I click on that, it's going to take me to the app. This is the person that experienced it. Isn't that cool? Now, what would be cool is if we created a database table that would hold all these. That would be nice, right? Okay, let's get back to what we were doing down here. Okay, so this is what we could do. If you guys want to move away from forms, you can still do error tracking like this. Because we have the app on errors, we almost don't need this, but as long as you write your app in a certain way, you're not going to have errors. Like if this thing was required, then you would know to what I would do for this button here. Okay. And I knew this thing was required. What I would do for this button for the display mode is if there's no text here, I would change this display mode to disabled so they couldn't even try to patch it until they've provided information in there. Okay, let's go back. I'm going to go into on select. There we go. Now, if there was an error, I don't want to navigate. So this is an if. This is an if statement. If there's an error, well, if there's not an error, I'm hoping to, let's put that there. There we go. So if there's an error, we're not going to take them off to the screen too, where it says, hey, that was successful. No, we're going to notify them. And after the message, what are we going to do? We're going to say notification type error. So it's going to appear in pink or red. And then we could also tell it, hey, this is an error. Let's display that for a full 5 seconds. Okay. Now notice I'm not providing title. I'm going to run this. And I didn't do anything to disable this button. What's going to happen here? Submit the request. There was an error. The title column caused the error. Title is required. 2. What's 2? What did that 2 mean at the end? I believe that 2 is the line number. Okay. We don't have line numbers here. I don't think that's an error code. Okay. But yeah, it's .error. Okay, now I'm going to go back and look at the comments here. Yeah, you could use absolutely. You could use first error. Absolutely. I use a lot of that stuff over here in this function. In fact, I get at all of them. So if you see how many errors, so if I get an error here, it's going to tell me how many errors came through. Okay. Let me see here. I loop through the all errors if you want to get at all the errors. But yeah, you could get at the first error. What about all the other errors though? That's me as a developer. I want to know, well, okay, there's the first error or here's the last error. Okay. What about all of them? you know, and you could clear them out. I clear out that all errors collection because guess what I do? I have my own collection I keep track of. Okay. Okay. Do we have an MVP here? I'd probably include more. I mean, if it's due Monday morning, we got a lot more time to add to this, right? Okay. Justin asks, what if there are multiple required fields? Instead of last would for all or concat on the other errors. Let's see how this would be handled here. Okay. Let's do that. Let's go over to our SharePoint list and let's make the requester email required. Now I know I'm not providing it, at least not yet. Require this column contains information. Yes. Okay. I'm going to go back over here. And by habit, I'm going to refresh the data source, but I'm going to run this again. I'm going to hit this again. Boom. What? The requester email column causes error. Field requester email required to. Okay, so it is in fact, let me get rid of this. Let's go back in the code and let's diagnose, let's analyze what happened here. We were just looking at the last. Okay, now in the apps that I've built that do this, and before I had my app on air and where I dealt with all of them at once, I'm going to show you exactly what I would do. Okay. This is exactly what I would do. I would this portion right here is what we're going to display in the notify. Okay. There was an error, but maybe there's more than one. So there was errors. Okay. So this first part is like the header. And what I would do, there is a function, like when you're working with a table or you're working with a collection, there's a function I like to use called concat. Okay. Now, what are we going to put in concat? Whatever the data source or the collection is. Okay. So we have errors of what data source request. So I'm going to copy that. And for right now, I'm going to comment this. Otherwise, we're just going to have a bunch of errors that we're going to be wrestling with, right? There we go. That's what we're working with. Now we want to concatenate things with what? So inside of errors, we've got the dot column and the dot message and the dot error. Well, what we could do here is say column, colon, do an ampersand, column. You see that? Now at the end of this, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to say char 10. What's char 10? Well, the char function gives us an ASCII value given a code. Okay, so 10 just happens to be line feed. Char 13 is carriage return. So this goes back to typing. If you hit in typing class, I remember 5th grade, I took typing class before I did anything with computers. And you typed and you want enter, you'd hit this bar at the end. I think there was like a bar you slapped and it would do a carriage return, which means the little thing that typed the character, it was moving it around. The carriage be returned to the beginning. And then the light feed would feed the paper up. So it's a carriage return line feed. Carriage return is a 13 and 10 is the line feed. I have found that 10 is best between the two. Okay. So I do notify, it's going to appear in pink. And if I want the errors to appear, one after another, I'm going to put the char 10. Okay. And then I'll do another ampersand. Then what do? What's the next thing we have? We have a message. Okay. What's the message? Message with a char 10. Okay. And what else do we have? Well, I'm going to do this thing. And for the error, let's say line number. Okay. Now, this should work great. Okay. So we should have two errors here now, right? Because we got two required fields and we don't give either of them. We don't provide either of them. Okay. I'm going to put that commented code down here out of the way because I don't want to see it. It looks not so tidy. Okay. Let's try this out. Let's run it. Boom. Now it didn't put a carriage return in there. Maybe I should do the 13. Okay, but look, we got title and we got the requester email. Okay, so we do have that. All right, so there is life without forms, guys. It's just a matter of how much you want to struggle with the forms, then you finally come to the dark side and just use patch everywhere. And then eventually be like, oh man, this patch stuff is really cool. I could do inline editing and galleries. There's all kinds of cool stuff that forms just isn't going to help you out, and I have a whole workshop based on, let's go over there. Let me show you all this stuff that we cover in the workshop on complex patching. That was workshop number 9. And I think I had a pre-workshop live stream on this. Yeah, here's the video on that. If you guys want to check that out to know what all we did there. And then, and the workshops last about 4 hours. We do them on Friday afternoon, starting at 1 p.m. EST. Okay, I'm in Orlando, so I'm in EST or New York time. Okay, let me go back to our minimal viable product. I'm going to get rid of this little button here. I don't need to generate any errors there. Let's see here. RPA consultant. This is gold. RPA consultant. I'd like to know more about RPA. It sounds really interesting. I installed Power Automate Desktop the other day, and I want to start doing some cool stuff with that. Yeah. Okay. So let me. Actually, there's quite a bit of stuff that I haven't responded to yet. So let's do this. Is the session being recorded? Absolutely. Yeah, this is all being recorded. Now I see you're from LinkedIn. Yeah, it's going to be over on LinkedIn. Yeah, we record all the live streams. I leave them up almost always. They're you can always view them later. Okay. They don't get a lot of views until Monday morning. Now you guys here that are here live with me, you guys obviously are here on a Saturday morning, but most people don't do anything with Power Apps during the weekends. If you look at my viewership, it's Monday through Friday, and then it cuts off. So yeah, so it's going to be still up there. Let's see, what else do we have? Yeah, Justin says notify on success, notify on error. We've handled that. Can you show the approval cycle with this example? Okay, yeah. Absolutely. How would we do this, guys? Now we're still at the MVP stage, but let's say, oh, this is great for an MVP. My boss pats me on the back. It took me an hour to do that, maybe 20 minutes. I spent most of this time just jibber jabbering about minimal viable products and ERDs, didn't I? How long did it take us to do this? Maybe 20 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. Okay. And they love it. They love the MVP. This looks great. Where's the rest of it? Okay, well, let's do that. Okay. First of all, screen 1 shouldn't be screen 1. This could be home screen. That is a recommended best practice that Microsoft has published. There's a white paper out there. So you know how I've named my fields TXT? That's a recommended best practice. So everything that I do is going to be according to best practices that Microsoft recommends. Okay. So when people come by and they look at your app, they want to do a code review. Make sure you did everything right. And they're like, yeah, why is there a space in your name? Well, that's actually recommended best practice because people with disabilities, maybe with vision disabilities, they'll use a screen reader. Okay. And if you didn't put a space between home and screen, it wouldn't know how to pronounce it. Okay, screen two. Let's say request success screen. It's a recommended best practice to always have the word screen in there. Okay, so we'll do that. Now let's do an approval. Let's add a new screen. Okay, and we'll call this request review. Because we could call it approve, but we may not be approving. We might be denying. So we'll call this a request review screen. Okay. Very good. And so we got this screen here. What should we have displayed here? If I'm the main, let's say this is a small team and I'm the manager. Okay. Well, we could create this request review screen. It could be a separate app and we only share that app with the manager. That's an easy way to doing it. Now, eventually what we need to do is have a menu system. Until you have a menu, you could put like a little button here. Okay. And I don't recommend that. I recommend you putting, having a good menu. But until you got a menu, you're doing an MVP, you might say request reviews. Oh, that's a little sloppy. You don't want everybody to see that, do you? Well, you could have this button only show up if they're the manager. Okay. So what we could do you see this little visible property? You click on the word visible. We could type up here. If the user, if their email is Darren at Power Labs US, which that's my email address for this particular tenant, I'm only going to be able to see this. I mean, if we got another manager, we could say, or, let's say there's a manager named Nicole. We could say, or and there's better ways of doing it. If you guys look at my template that I've built, I've got this other thing here where we have security groups already built in. We got all the air stuff built in. We've got all kinds of stuff, all kinds of features. In fact, you want to look at all the features. We have a full feature list roadmap of everything that we're building. And what you do is when you create a new application, you start off with the template. It's got all the security groups. It's got all the emailing. It's got all the air handling. It's got all this stuff. So guess what? When you start on your MVP, you're already like 40% done with the whole app. Okay? Full feature listing for the template. Look at this. Well, we started from scratch. We got the first step done. We went through all the settings and we optimized it for everything that we would want to do within this template. We created a solution because eventually we want to deploy. We're going to be covering deployments this next Friday in that workshop. We created a simple component. We created our own header. Microsoft has the header control now, but guess what? Ours is better. If you guys are interested, I can show you this template as it sits right now. We made it responsive. Boom. We created, how like in Power Apps, you got a colors enumeration. You got a colors object. You say color.white, color.black, and there's 140 different options. That's because there's 140 colors that all browsers support. Okay. We created our own collection that we get at the RGBA values, the hexadecimal, and there's all kinds of stuff in there. We have flows that will create SharePoint sites, SharePoint lists, SharePoint columns, and the types. All of that is done with Power Automate flows built into the app. We create a color palette. We've got a light and dark mode. So those two are done. The light dark mode, those are done. We have an ASCII code character table in there. Okay. All these things here. We've got icons. By the way, Matthew Devaney. This is my favorite blog, guys. You want to check out Matthew Devaney? Check out this guy. He's got 2,000 icons. that you can pull from. Guess what? This is a Power BI report that he created. So if you want some additional icons, you know that Power Apps only has so many icons. Look at all this. Pick an icon you like, pick the color. There's the code that you can use in your Power Apps application. Yeah. Justin says, show the folks the string interpolation. Okay. Let's go back over here. So instead of like putting all these strings together like this, what we could do, actually, I did this in the app on Airs. You would really like this, Justin. When I put all the HTML together, look at this. We've got a little $sign right there. What does the $sign allow you to do with a string? Here's a bunch of fields that we could put in there. So instead of doing ampersands all over the place that I was doing on the previous screen, you could do something like this. What would that look like over here? It would look like this. You put something there, and then we would have curly braces, and we could say column. Okay. And then we could, actually, this is much cleaner. Thanks for bringing this up. Take that out, and we could take that out. Yeah, this is much better. So let's do message. So now we don't need all that. Now we don't need that. Now we don't need that. And now we can put an error, but we need the curly braces in there. So guys, this is called string interpolation. So now I don't need that. Now, why do I have an error in here? Let's see here. Expression which appears inside must evaluate to a text value or to a compatible type. So, yeah, that should work. Message. Well, that's wrong. I don't need a G in there. There we go. Yeah, so it's string interpolation. It can make, when you're constructing a bunch of strings, and I used to always use ampersands, and so a lot of times I just go back to that muscle memory. Yeah, but this is much cleaner, nicer code. Okay. All right. What else do we got? Oh, I see Savage in here. Cool. Is there a way to use a single account? Yeah. So what you could do, what I was going to show you guys here with the email stuff, after the notify, what you would do, but it wouldn't be in the error. It would be after it's successfully patched. Down here, you would say Office 365 Outlook dot send email. You always want to use the latest version. So we got V2 there. Look at what we have. To, who's it going to? Well, let's say it always goes to the manager. Okay. So maybe we've got a variable that holds the manager's email. Or we could use another connector to go find out dynamically who that manager's email is. We could do that. But for now, if you wanted just to hard code it, because I'm trying not to make this 10 hours long. I did do a 10-hour live stream July 4th of last year. If you guys need 10 hours of Darren, go check that out. All right. So that's what we do for an email that needs to go out. The subject line is, hey, there's a new request. So talk about a minimal viable product. Now the body might be everything that they typed in. Okay. So all this type of stuff. Or you could link back to the app. Like, hey, there was a request, just put in, go to the app to see it. Okay. And see what else. We got the string, I guess, yeah. And then we got Metafron. How's everyone doing? I'm doing great. We're getting our MVP done here. The third one would be, the body. Now, the reason why I did this, somebody said, hey, how about if you wanted to send from a shared email box? Well, there's the from. Okay, so inside of curly braces, you could carbon copy people and you could BCC people, blind carbon copy. You could put in attachments. You can do sensitivity. Have you guys ever wanted to put a bunch of attachments into an email? You guys want to know how to do that? Well, guess what? Over here in my GitHub repository, I've got that over, I think it's over here in Office 365 Outlook. Send email V2. Look at this. Inside the curly braces, we can set up the from, we can set up a CC, BCC sensitivity. You could put normal, personal, private, confidential. In the importance, you can say low, minimal, high. You can set up the reply to. If you want attachments, here you go. You got an attachments control. That's how you do it. Have you guys ever needed to bring in, let's see if they're allowing us to do this today. If you have a control, you can copy. Now, Microsoft allowed us to do a copy YAML, and then they had to paste the code, paste the YAML, and then they took it away from us for some reason. And I'm sure they're going to put it back in. Maybe there was like a weird bug or something. But if you look at my snippets here, take a look at controls. Whenever they put it back, used to be you had to create a form and grab the attachment control out of that. Here, if you copy this YAML code, you can just paste it in and get an attachments control. Okay. So you've got that. I hope they put that back in soon because that's my favorite feature, being able to do that. Okay. So let's say we send out this email. Okay. We send it to the manager and say, hey, go to the app to approve it. Okay. And they come in here and they click on this button. This button should go on the on select. This should go, we should do a navigate over to the request review screen. Okay, so we'll click on that. Okay, right now it doesn't have anything. Shouldn't they be seeing all the requests that have come in? Let's bring over a gallery. Now they're trying to help us out with these first three. They're going to give us something with some controls already. I always recommend going with a blank one. Okay. If you want the records to be displayed vertically, top down, that's vertical. Most of the time you're going to use a vertical. So blank vertical. If you want it to go horizontal, like you're going to do some tabs or something, do the horizontal. Flexible height's nice, but most of the time you don't need that, okay? And there are a few features. There's two features that I know of that aren't included in the flexible height. You might think, well, I always want the option to be flexible. Well, you're going to lose some other things, so don't do that unless you know that you need it, okay? Metafrog says, I created a component library for the attachment control with some common actions pre-configured for emails, upload. Okay. Biggest time saver I've made. You know what? If you want to email that to me, if you're interested in sharing that, I'll actually put that in my template so everybody can benefit from that. Or I can add it to my GitHub repository so people can easily access it there. If you want to share. If you don't, I completely understand. Okay. Guys, this is how I format all of my galleries. Okay, well, first of all, we're going to have it use the request table. Okay, so here's all the requests. But notice that I didn't put any controls in. I had a blank one, right? So let's add in here a label. There we go. And here's the title. And you notice how this gallery just sort of looks weird? It's like, it's a lot of white space. This looks weird, guys. The first thing I do with a gallery is I give it a border. So at least I know where the gallery's at. I didn't know where it started and ended, but now I do, now that I gave it a border, okay? So now let's sort of size this up here, okay? So now we've got a few. So that's the second thing I do. Another thing I do, I do this with every gallery, guys. I could upload it, could contribute to repo for open source. Um, let me think here. Yeah, my email, if you want to email it to me, I'll make it available. Now, if you wanted to do a pull request, it's just more complicated. Like right now, I'm the only contributor to that, and it doesn't have to be that way. But then there's with the repo, you got to do you got to do a pull request, and then you submit it, and then um, there's the approval and all that. If you just email it to me, I could just get it in there. Um, let's go to the visible. Here's the email. You could email that to me. Okay. There we go. Okay, so let's go back over to this one. Let's give it a background color. I like to give it like a medium gray color, which looks ugly, doesn't it? Then you go over, scroll down, do it a template fill, and we'll say color dot white. Okay, a lot of times people like little dividers. Okay, do you guys like that? Yeah, very good. And I don't like the border color. I probably want the border color to be the same thing as the divider. You see how much nicer that looks? Okay, so now what we could do, we've got the title. Okay, and then we could also copy paste. Let's make this a bit wider so we got plenty of space. And then over here we could say details. Okay, so if they provided a lot of details, it would be in there. So if we go over to our request table, look at that. Because we made that required, it's saying, hey, this needs to be included. Notes, that's what it is. So within our app, we need to say notes. Okay, let's give that a little bit more space there. Okay. Now, if you want to allow them to approve or deny, we could add in icons. I'm going to say icon. I just pick the first icon that comes up. And then once it's over here, then I go in here and I say, well, I probably want it like a check mark, and I probably want the check mark to look green. And then I'll copy and paste that. Now, because this is an MVP, this is going to be really, really simple. If I had more time, I would do a lot more things to make it look a lot nicer. But let's say the denial, we'll have that either red or maroon. Okay. Now, what are we going to do here? Well, because we've sort of expanded our horizons and looked past the forms and we started to learn the patch, if they click on this, what we could do is we could patch. We could patch the request. What's the second parameter? Well, this isn't a new record. We're modifying existing. So we've got this item. That is the record that we want to modify. So we just say this item. This item is a keyword within Power Apps that's only used within galleries. Okay. That's what this item is. It's a reference to the current record. Now, what's the other thing? Well, what is the status? The status, we'll make that be approved. What about if they hit reject? Denied. Okay. Now get this. We'll only show these. Let's go find the visible here. Here's the visible for both. We'll only show this if this item dot status, as long as it is blank. So if the status hasn't been set, then we'll allow them to either approve or deny. I need tomorrow off. That's not enough notice for me. I'm going to deny that. Okay. So now the ability to approve or deny is gone. Okay. And maybe what we'll do let's do, you know what we could do here? This would be really cool. For the template fill, instead of giving it a white background, we'll say if this item dot status, if it is blank, white is fine. But if it's not, let's open up this coding window a little more because we've got a little bit going on here. So now we're in the else block of this if. So then what we'll say is if this item, we should probably do like a switch statement here, probably be more appropriate. But if the status is approved, then we'll say color dot light. See this color thing? See how we've got tons of colors here? In the template, I've got all kinds of information for every single. If you want a color that goes along with lavender, that's built into it. You know, if you want the RGBA code, or you want the hexadecimal code, or you want all kinds of stuff. If you want to know the category color, that's all built into it. But for here, we're going to say light green. Okay. There we go. Now, if it's not approved at this point, let's say color.peak, which is a light red. Okay. So you see, we know it's denied. Okay. Question. No, I'm going to deny that. Superset. Whoa, COVID-19 serious. I'm going to approve that. Do we have an MVP? We still have till Monday. Okay. This isn't a bad. You could have this as an MVP. Just saying. We could add in a button here. And we could have a button in here that just says back. Now, how do you go back? You go up here to the on select and you say back. There's a function called back. So if we started here and I'm the manager, I get to hit this button and go here. Okay, I'm gonna let the other manager handle these other two. Or maybe this isn't enough. Boom. Very good. We'll leave this for the other manager. I'll hit back and we'll go back to this screen. Is there anything else that you guys want me to show you for this MVP? I'm going to go back to the notes while you guys are answering that particular question. Okay. Look at all the stuff that we've learned here in this session. Start with data, no choice columns. Yeah. We got into Power App Studio, getting to work. We did our MVP. Okay. Now, if you're ready to start sharing this with the users, excuse me, you need to publish it. Okay. Publish this version. Then we got the share. Who do you want to share it with? Well, it's going to bring up a new window. You know what I like to do? You could share it with individual people and it'll send them an email. I never like sending these emails. I did that when I worked for the state of Florida. I started sharing with individual people. Their cybersecurity was so aggressive that whenever they received the email from Microsoft saying that Darren shared an app with them, they reported it to the service desk as a phishing email. The service desk would call me up. Hey, did you share it? I'm like, yeah, I am a developer. Yes, I did share an app I wrote with somebody that's supposed to be using it. Yeah, I did share it. What I do is I say everyone in the organization, and then I make sure that's unchecked. Okay. I share it. Boom. So everybody can get to it. But nobody knows that I've shared it with them. So if you hit this X, here's the link to the app. And now you can send out your own email. It looks like, it's sent from somebody within their organization. Say, hey, here's the MVP. Boom. Let me know what you'd like to be worked on next. Otherwise, I'm going to go into our user stories and our wireframes, and look at our whole screen list that's contained within listing of screens. And I'm going to go into the user stories and start implementing all these little features. As a role, I need to be able to approve so that people know if they're approved or denied. Well, we just did that user story, didn't we? Okay. So that is a way to share your app. I wouldn't call that deployed. A lot of places, it's a good practice as a software developer. You develop in a dev environment. Okay. When you're ready for them to use it, you deploy it to a test so they can start using it and clicking on it. If you have a QA team, that'd be a great place. A lot of times it's called UAT. UAT is an acronym called User Acceptance Testing. So they start poking around and start testing it because you want your users to approve. Otherwise, there's going to be a revolt. Everybody's going to say, "Oh, I'm not using that app. That app is junk. It doesn't do what we need it to do." You don't want that. You want them to approve. You want them to like the app and start using it. So Kurt, my mentor, he would say, "How do you know? How do you know you're a good developer? How do you know you're a good programmer, a good app creator? People are using your apps. How do you know your app is good? Well, people are using it. I mean, there's a lot more criteria. Does it perform well? Is it accessible? Is it responsive? Is it maintainable? There's a lot of aspects, but at the root, at the basic level, are people using it, or is there a revolt? Like, I'm not using that. We're going to go back to the old way of paper and email. Well, that would be a sad day. That would be a sad app. So, are there any other things that's like is a burning question? How would you do this? Well, we do have additional fields here. We could start coding this. Okay. End date. Okay. Well, what are we going to do there for end date? Well, let's expand this. Okay. Maybe this button doesn't need to be so wide. Maybe it needs to be smaller, not so big. Maybe at the top we have something that looks more like a menu. Okay. And we've got the submit button here at the bottom. Well, what does this have to do? We could bring over a date picker. Okay. People have grown to hate this classic date picker. And I'll show you why. You go in here, and we're like, okay, well, this is I'm boss, I'm sick on Monday. Boss, I can't see. You can't see what? I can't see myself coming to work. So I'm gonna say 19th. Okay, I'm like, very good. Oh, look at that, guys. I clicked on 19. It still says 17. People do not like this control because you got to click on the button, then you got to click OK. People do not like to have to click multiple times. So if you guys like modern things, guess what you got to do? You go into settings, you go into updates. They move this around. Updates, new, modern controls and themes. There is a better date picker. Okay. I'm going to click close. Okay. This app uses a modern theme now that we turn that on. Do you want to apply this to the classic controls? Sure, why not? And what I find hilarious is I click apply and it doesn't do anything, at least not yet. Okay. What it does allow me to do, if I say date, look at this. It says preview. This is the modern date picker. What does this look like? Well, it's a little bit more minimalistic. If I click on this, now we've got something. Now the modern control is a little smaller. Okay. But we got something better. If I said Monday, I just click Monday and boom, it's done. Okay. What I do like, it's got the months off here to the side. Much nicer, isn't it? Okay. So I would probably want to use that one over this one. The modern controls look much nicer. In my professional opinion, they're not fully baked. They are getting there. They're making a lot of progress. They're doing a great job on these modern controls. But in some cases, you'll find that they don't quite work right or work as expected or as you would want them to. Okay. But the date picker, the modern date picker, is so much nicer. That I would recommend using that. Okay, so now that we have this, so we want to name this dat. So we say from. So over here, when we submit this, what can we do? What should we do? Well, let's put the title back in there. We definitely want that. And we'll go here and we'll say from, nope, date, start date. That's what we want. Dat from dot selected date. Well, we probably want to have in here an end date. Okay. Then what do we need? We need a copy and replace. There we go. Now, between the classic and the modern controls, this sort of looks weird because it sort of blends in with this, doesn't it? So what you'll see here is if we change the color here, now that we added the modern controls, guess what we have? We have modern theming. Okay, we got a blue color. Well, we already had a blue color. Okay. Well, do you guys like the team's purple, SharePoint, teal? Then we got steel, which rhymes with teal. Looks very similar. Red, orange, so on and so forth. Or you can create your own theme. Okay. Let's say we really like Power Apps purple and we don't like Teams purple, which is more of a bluish. So we'll call it My Power Apps. And you go down here and look at the preview. Okay, well, it's a little bit too bright. I'm just eyeballing it. That, you know what that is? It's called the TLR method. That looks about right. Okay. Do you see how this button is purple? That's a Power Apps button. So it could probably stand to be a little, that looks about right. TLR. Try to hit apply. Now, if this reapply button isn't working for you like it is for me, there's a lot of things that would require this. I'm going to save. I'm going to back out of this project. You need to reboot it, just like you have to reboot your computer sometimes. There's our leave request. We'll go in here. So what do you guys think so far? Is there anything that you wanted to know about Power Apps that you haven't seen yet so far?
Out of this, a comment or even a like really helps the channel and lets people like you know this is good content. Much appreciated.
So what we have here, we got the themes. We got the My Power Apps purple. Okay. Now it looks like it hasn't quite taken and been applied to these classic controls yet. And I can click around and you can select which one you want. And what we can do, because this container is gray, okay, what we could do is we can tap into these themes. Okay, so check this out. I could say app.theme dot colors dot lighter 10. You guys like that? Not so much, huh? I don't think it looks all that great. Well, let's try a different shade. Lighter 80. Now there we go. That's nice. So now the date picker doesn't have the same background as the container. Okay. Now we could probably put some labels over here. Okay. So request from to create controls for all these different fields that we need to collect for our MVP. Okay. I think you guys probably understand everything that needs to happen here. Now, it looks like we have got an error in here. Let's see what's going on. The patch function has some invalid arguments. Okay, so we've got a dat from, well, this one needs to be a dat to. Okay, as you guys can imagine, for all these fields. This is all like a rinse and repeat type of thing, okay? So dat2. So if this really was the MVP that you needed done by Monday morning, this is no biggie. Selected date, okay? So now we don't have an error. Okay. You could still have your MVP done. So we have the approval process done. Now let's go over and look at anything more that we should probably do here according to our notes. Okay. We could go look at our ERD diagram. If I can find that really quick here. Yeah. So just looking at the data, the ERD diagram, we could have some app admin screens that allow us to modify the request type, request statuses, and all these things. What about a drop-down list? We haven't talked about drop-down lists. So here within our MVP, what we could do for the request type, let's bring over a drop-down list. Now we have the classic controls and we got the modern. Okay. Your choice. People really like the modern controls. So what we could do here, until we create our database table, well, we could just create our own list of request types. Okay. For example, we could have sick. We could call it medical leave. So if you're sick, hey, let's do with a medical leave, right? Type 2, this could be holiday. We could have over here vacation. Now, if I save and run this, there we go. They can pick between these items. Okay. Now, what's a better way of doing this? Because if we have the same drop down on another screen, we'll have to type this stuff in again. There's a better way of handling this. You go over to App, you go over to Formulas, and you create the collection over there in App.Formulas. So I can like copy that, go over to App.Formulas, and I'll say FX. Okay. The language that we're using here is PowerFX. So everything in App.Formulas, it seems like everybody is using this convention. This feature's come out since Microsoft had the white paper for the coding recommended best practices and coding standards. So let's say FX request types equals that right there. Okay. Now the square brackets signifies the collection. Okay. So when you see square brackets, think collection. If you see curly braces, that typically signifies a record within Power Apps. So now if we ever need this list, and we could end up having 5 or 6 things here, because what else do we have? If we go back to our screenshots, what about jury duty, bereavement? I'm going to misspell bereavement. Bereavement. That's not right. So I'll Google that word and it's going to tell me. Yeah. There we go. There's bereavement. So now I'll just use that name here. I'll use that instead. Okay. Do we need a database table with all these items? I don't think so. How often are you going to add items here? At the beginning of the project, you might think of 1 or 2 more, but that's it. Okay. You really don't need. There are examples like this, guys. Request type. You don't need a separate table name for that. Okay. Keep this request type to be a single line of text. Have a collection defined in your app. You could have it a table if you want. Let's say this is just one of many apps. that use this database? Well, in that case, you probably wanted a separate table. Okay. Departments. How often you get a new department? Well, that could be a collection defined in your app. Okay. Or it could be a database table where you could always reference it. Okay. Request status. Well, we already have a pending, approved, denied, or as somebody mentioned, recalled. That could be a fourth type. So you could set those up. So guys, don't use those choice columns. Don't use choice in SharePoint or Dataverse. You might end up with some delegation issues later on. So let me know what you guys think. Was there something you guys were looking to learn that you guys did not see in this video? Okay, that's what I want to know. But guys, I showed you everything that I feel is really necessary to make you look good, either as a freelancer or as an employee. Okay, all of these little things that you need to know. How do you do a patch? Well, you could easily find that. Okay, how do you move from one screen to another? You know, you've already seen that. We did the navigate. How do you go back to a screen? Back. Okay. And if you guys take a look over here, well, if I have to zoom out, we're zoomed in quite a bit. Let's go over here and look at what we have. We have a workshop out here where I did what? I went over all the Power Apps basics for 4 hours. Okay. A whole workshop. If you get in this community, you get access to all those workshops. And then over here in the free community, guess look at what I have. I have a crash course, which is free. Now, I already showed you the 10 things you must know. Look at this. Build an app in a day. And I show you how to build a service desk application from scratch using their template as an idea for the requirements. And I step you through all the steps of doing that. Okay. Yeah, Alan Smith says, App.Formulas. OMG, I need this for my apps. Yeah, that is one of my favorite new features that they've added recently. And when I say recent, I mean relatively. You know, it wasn't this week. It was a few weeks ago. But get this. Did you know you can create your own user-defined functions in here in App.Formulas? So this is a way of doing like constants. Okay, you can do filters and lookups and all kinds of cool stuff in here as separate items. I almost want to show you guys my template. Okay, so if I go into apps, let me show you some of the cool stuff that we've been doing in the ultimate Power Apps template. Okay, I'm going to bring this up and show you how we use App.Formulas. It's going to blow you away. Okay, did you realize App.Formulas? You can only put declarative code in there. Wah wah. That's a huge drawback to App.Formulas. What do you mean? Like, what can't we put in there? Well, the patch function. The patch function is an imperative function. You can't put that in App.Formulas. What about clear collect? Nope, those are imperative. If a function goes off and does something, rather than just return a value, you know, like color fade or RGBA, those are declarative. Notify. We've been using notifying. We've been using notify a lot here in this app today. Well, that's imperative. It goes off and does something. It displays something on the screen. You can't put that in App.Formulas. So what do you put? They want us to move away from app on start. If you see anything that says on start, on air, on message, you can put imperative code in there. If it doesn't have on there, that means it's declarative. You can't put imperative code. Okay. So notice App.Formulas, it says formulas, not on formula. What do we put in here? So we got loading steps. So I use a loading screen instead of app on start. Microsoft, I believe eventually Microsoft's going to take away App on Start away from us. So I don't use App on Start anymore. Okay, you want to know what your SharePoint root site URL is? Well, I've got something for that. Here I've got all the database tables that the app uses. That's what that's for. You got schema fields. So this app has, let's go, that's the loading screen, okay? The home screen, this uses, so here's the header. This is not the Microsoft header. This is something that we created that's actually better. It's got a back button in there. It's got the name of the screen in there. It's got like a little 3D effect where it's got like a gradient. Do you guys notice that? So we've got, if you want imperative code, have your own functions, you create a component. Okay, look, if you create a new property in here for a component, and as long as you turn on, now we had a whole workshop yesterday, guys, on building components, by the way, and we went into all this. But look, you got data, you got a function, you create an event type of property, you create an action where you can put an imperative code. Okay, you've got all that. I've got I actually have a component library that's got the menu in here, that's got the header. Okay, how does all this work? Well, we set this up as a responsive app. If I can get this thing to work right for me. Let me hit F11. There we go. Okay. There's a new screen. Let me show you these other screens here. So here's something that's built into the template. So you see this Alice blue, antique white. If you say color in code in your PowerFX window, color dot, you get 140 colors. Here's all 140 colors in a gallery. Okay. Thistle, tomato, turquoise, violet. But what you'll notice here is I have a whole collection that's been defined here. It's got tags. So I used AI and a code generator to, okay, so antique white could be described as warm, background, soft. It's a part of a category called beiges. Antique blue is more like a white. Aqua is a cyan or aqua. There's the hexadecimal value. There's the RGBA. Here's colors that could be used along with it. How do I get at that? Well, go up to my App.Formulas and you'll see, boom, here's all the colors. There's 140 of them. Here's all the tags. I had AI help create this stuff, help tag all these, because you think I'm going to sit around like, oh, that looks like a vivid color. No, I had it do this. So this is medium violet red. So it's considered vivid, playful, and bright. Okay. So we got all kinds of things like that. Here are all these ASCII code characters. Okay. Let's see what else we have. We've got version history information. So as you work on an app and you want to add on new features, well, you probably got some app versioning information. Like, why did you make this change? Like, you did a new publish, you did a new save, and you did a new publish. What was the reason that you changed your Power Apps? Well, I fixed a bug. Fixed several things in the app versioning info. There's the Power Apps information. Okay, Power Apps will automatically increment the version number. Okay, who's the author that made that change? What was the date of the deployment? This is all information that's going to make you look good as a freelancer or as an employee, as a professional developer using Power Apps. Okay, so that's built into there. I got some code generator stuff. So if you want to create some stuff, I had to use a code generator to sort of ask AI to help me create some of these things. We've got let's say a new user uses our application. We take them to this screen and I was like, hey, upload a new profile photo of yourself. What's your office location? What's your department? Because sometimes your Azure AD or your Intra information it's not up to date. Let's say you want to allow a user to, I don't know, have a pen. Sometimes people ask me to show them how to create a login screen. Well, M365 has their own login type of stuff, keeps track of passwords. But you could have like a pen information. Maybe you want to lock down a screen or something, and you have to enter a pin in order to continue. Okay, so Alan says, I use choice columns. If I change the setting to single line of text and use App.Formula going forward, will I lose data in the list? Yeah, you can't change from choice over to single line. Now, what I would recommend, if you're going to make that change, which I would recommend, because choice, you're going to eventually have a delegation issue, okay? Now, if you know you're always going to be under that 2,000 or that 500 limit, you know, you could just leave it. But what you want to do is you want to create a new column, okay, a single line of text, and you would create some code that will do a for all and move that value, whatever was selected for that choice, move it over to that single line of text, and then use your App.Formulas from there on out. And then you successfully migrate that data over to that new column, and then you can safely remove that choice column. That's how I would do that. Okay, so just sort of showing you what's all in the template. And I believe that we have, now that was a screen that wasn't done yet. Let's see, dev color selection screen. Let's see here. We got a lot of cool stuff that we've done. Color palette. Yeah. So we've got a color palette that's been defined here. These are the colors, and these are the two color themes. And we've got a dark mode. Look at that. So this thing already has the capability of doing light and dark mode. Okay. So guys, I've got a lot of good resources and tools out here. I've got hundreds of videos out here on my YouTube channel. They're all free. Now I do have a membership within YouTube. It's got additional things in there, but I've got something for everybody. I got a free community. I got a free crash course. I've got workshops every Friday. Every Monday, I build onto this template from 4 p.m. all the way to like 6:30 p.m. So I work every Monday for 2.5 hours with you guys and build onto this template. And then you can, and I upload the template every week, so you can download it and use it. Look at these Power Automate flows. You want to get the full listing of all the SharePoint sites within your tenant. You call this. You want to create a SharePoint site. You call this. You want to get all the lists within a SharePoint site. You call that. You want to create a list. You call that. You want to create a field within a list. You call that. Think about that, guys. If you want to deploy your app, you got a bunch of SharePoint lists. You need to deploy it into a different tenant or a different environment, and you want dev, test, production. You need to be able to create these SharePoint lists, sites, fields. The site can do it dynamically. So that's why I felt it was important to do that. Okay. So, is there anything else that you guys want to see here? And I'm going to keep an eye on the comments here for just another moment or two. And while you guys are sharing that information, I got something to share with you guys. You guys ready?
Key ingredient for the hundreds of people that we've helped dominate in their organization. With this one skill, you're able to simplify processes for countless tasks like tracking leads, doing inspections, logging attendance, booking desks in a shared office, generating reports, tracking employee performance, and the list goes on. If you have a project that you need to get done, or you're an IT professional or a developer, or if you plan to eventually do some freelancing work with Microsoft Power Apps, I am literally the only person you need to accomplish your goals. Spreadsheets, spreadsheets and all the old ways of doing things are becoming redundant, and the people who are able to build Power Apps are going to accelerate their professional career so much faster than everyone else who's okay being average. I have over 20 years experience as a software developer and have been working in Power Apps for over 3 years. We have lots of course material for you, but if you're eager to accelerate your expertise with Power Apps at a much faster pace and want to work directly with me, this is what me and my team are going to do for you. Number one, we're going to figure out exactly what projects and skills you're working on and the overall end goal. Number two, we're going to get clear on exactly what data sources are needed for your projects. If it's a particular project with a deadline, we're going to work with you to make sure that you meet that deadline. And number four, we're going to work with you to make sure that you master the platform. So not only can you finish any projects that you're currently working on, but the projects that come up in the future. And you might want to take those skills and become a freelancer in the future. If that sounds like something that you're interested in and you want to expedite the process of being able to build apps that can literally be used for years, and you want to be an important asset to your organization and any future companies you work for, click the button below and we can have a 15-minute chat about what you're needing and how we can help.
All right, guys, I'm keeping an eye on the comments. It looks like I've answered everybody's question. Now, I can tell you what the question you should be asking yourself right now. The burning question that needs to be answered right now is what video you should be watching next.
So you're going to like this video next. Let's see if they're right. Or you can select this playlist, which I've selected for you based on the content you're currently watching. Guys, got to hurry. Click one of them. Otherwise, YouTube's going to autoplay some other video.